It's a bit of a last minute rush because I was expecting to have our new player join, but she didn't. So I had to adjust some things around. But I think this is going to be interesting with the way it's arranged. So
Hmm.
we're going to see how things go.
Okay.
Anyways, do we have a brave volunteer to give us a recap?
I'll do it.
Have at it.
So, last we left off, our very tenacious group were heading towards the southwest on the two war horses that were provided to them. They managed to reach the cliff with the tree at the top. Vishanti and Garak and Cobweb stayed behind to watch over the horses, while Dismas and Dagny went up to the tree. Upon thorough examination by Dagny, she was able to speak a magic word which caused the tree to basically reverse its growth and turn into a chest in the bottom of a somewhat dormant arcane well, or so it was thought. For trying to remove the chest released a bit of energy, and time was basically of the essence. Unfortunately, the release of that energy caused bit of an auric disturbance, and some auric creatures arose, which prompted everybody to come up to the cliff and attack them. However, just as soon as they finished dispatching those, the arcane well became active and turned into a teleportation circle, not of the same blue energy that Vishanti and Cobweb were familiar with, but with a pink energy. Try as they might, the winds around it became stronger to the point where everyone was trying to hang on. But Garrock basically got swept up and was the first one to go in.
Yeah, we could have honestly just left, but we went in after Garrock.
Yeah. But not wanting to leave one behind, they basically started falling in one by one and came out on the other side inside of a room sort of that was just covered in vegetation. And upon closer inspection, it was discovered there was a room that had a full room of dormant animated armor at the moment. But there was a clear way out after Dismas did some scouting. Everyone was trying to sneak their way out, but they awakened some shield guardians.
What do you mean, Dagny? You awoke every single shield guardian.
Stone defenders, yeah. You woke both of
Awaking
them.
the shield defenders, yeah. But they were able to be just taken care of in a way which gave them a chance to actually get clear of the cave and get out. At which point they found themselves within some sort of swampy area that was unfamiliar to them. And not wanting to stick around, they went in search of shelter, which they found in the form of a swamp hovel, where which they went and took the rest in. There being a crystal ball that was just basically glowing this very neutral light, and a metal door which revealed a rotting corpse on its bed. The bed and the corpse were somewhat summarily removed, but also blocking the door just in case. During the watches, everyone basically felt a sense of uneasiness, which upon the end of the long rest turned out to be some strange person watching.
Undead. He had a skelly hand.
Yeah, which was a skelly hand, and he summoned a dark spirit, and basically a big ball of zombie just rose up out of the swamp waters and started to attack. We were able to deter them long enough to be able to escape and get out of line of sight of them. And this is where we find ourselves, next to these large arcane markers in the swamp.
Mm-hmm. Dang, you feel inspired.
Thank you.
And everyone would be post haste making their way as far away from that hovel as they can, getting distance from the threats that had emerged as a very rude awakening into the still early morning. Given that the canopy here is so thick, it took a while for there to be any evidence that the sun had rose at all, seeing as all of the vine-stricken trees and thick mist gives any difficulty to light trying to penetrate through it. But still, going as fast as everyone can without losing one another outright, you would shoot off for a ways, a good 5-10 minute dash to be sure that those threats are no longer hot on your heels, as everyone would be well out of breath, for those that breathe, of course. And you would take a moment to recompose yourselves before you can see among you within the mist, as mentioned at the end of last session, there are these orange glowing things. They have a glimmer of heliostone to them, suggesting that they are yet another undiscovered wonder of Helios, and they are partially sunken into the ground in water, and they have this glow to them that seems to dance around the stone, a sort of array of cracks that really blur the line between runes or just glowing cracked heliostone. It always seems to have that ambiguity to it, but with everyone sure that you're out of immediate danger, everyone would regain their breath.
Oh, good lord. Oh my, did you see that thing? Anything with that many limbs is evil on a cosmic scale.
Everybody okay?
Danny's just kind of wiping blood away from her nose. Whatever that thing was really hurt. Ow. Garak would have been able to deal with it.
Nothing like a good adrenaline rush to get morning started.
Is this thing? How close are we to them? To the markers?
A good 40 feet away.
Okay. I'm gonna start approaching them, just keeping like a very, just completely always scanning the area for any signs of immediate danger.
Roll perception as you approach.
I'll tag along. Oh, I imagine we all are.
Yeah, if you're all following Dagny, you can make perception rolls of your own.
Gotcha.
Is the rolls working? Never mind.
There we go.
Not bad. Pretty consistent across the board. You would approach and get within a reasonable distance to discern details about these things. Unlike the previous heliostone objects that you've encountered, these seem to have some motion to them. After observing them over the course of around 30 or so seconds, you would see that these octahedral spire pylon objects seem to very gently rise and fall around 10 or so feet up and down in a rhythmic pattern. And the bottom tip would dip into and rise out of the water over and over again. This orangish glow has definitely a strange energy to it. It's something new for sure. You think it's auric based on the more rayish glow that they give off. You can see that there's actually a bit of a interactivity between them. There's four that you can see within eye shot, and they seem to be almost in something of a zigzag line that would lead further into the swamp. You can see that there are these orange embers that would arc from one to the other to the other. And the one that you have approached seems to be the last one along this line. And the embers would disperse from this object into the ground and water. You would see that the other ones have some runoff as well. It's as if they are creating some sort of chain that would extend back into the mist as far as you can see. And taking a look at the surrounding area, there's no signs of immediate threats, although the occasional echoed sound of what sounds like a roar makes you feel a bit uneasy. As you imagine, there is definitely wildlife here. Dangerous wildlife at that.
Well, these. Well, does it seem like they're collecting energy, or are they just holding on to an energy?
It looks, if anything, as if these are conduits to run energy along a path and ultimately disperse it into the environment. Each one of them seems to disperse these orange embers, and as they hop from one to another, there's a very clear chain, as if you had found the tail end of one.
Well, someone or something put these here. Maybe if we follow them, because it seems like there's more of them.
Yeah, they seem to be some sort of capacitors for auric energy, but I don't understand why pump the land full of this auric energy. I just don't get it.
Is there any difference between the area around these pylons and the surrounding swamp? Is this energy having some effect on the terrain?
Nothing from what you can tell based on your perception rolls. They don't seem to really permeate anywhere in particular. Some would fall a couple of feet away from these pylons. Others would float off of 20, 30 feet. Others would be carried off into the mist as far as you can perceive them.
Did this one hear you correct that you want all of us to follow this distinct chain thingy? Or do I have cotton in my ears?
No, I think we should follow them. There's at least some sort of civilization out here. And someone or something put these things here. The least we can do is find out.
Very. Oh, gods be praised. I am so surprised you're still alive today.
Why do you say that?
Civilization out here. That's going to be friendly. Now, I agree with you. You're technically correct. We're probably going to find something. But with our track record and history loving to repeat itself, if we do it cautiously, we do it stealthily, and we do not engage. I do not want to get seriously injured out here.
Yeah, normally I'd favor the balls to the walls approach, but from what we've seen so far, I gotta agree with V here.
I understand. We can take the stealthy approach, but eventually we're gonna have to start heading northwest.
Hopefully they are the mountains we've been to. Hopefully. Which reminds me, that means there's still a fucking blue flying scaly, what were they fucking called? The thing that braved lightning at us that one time.
Yeah, the blue dragon.
The blue dragon, I forgot the name of it. Yeah, that means that's still, if that's there, we gotta deal with that shit or run.
The way
Is that-
it's on its doing its own thing deep in the mountains. Deep in the
Yeah, if I
mountains.
was that big, I wouldn't really bother with people like us either.
Let's keep moving.
All right.
I'm going to take. Well, I'll be adjacent to the party, out of the light, but I will be stealthing and on the prowl.
Okay. You're keeping kind of a proximity with them, and I
Yes.
imagine you're using your speed to your advantage to do sweeps and search for early threats.
Correct.
All right. Stealth checks across the board as you move through these markers.
Damn, that's 2 15s.
Oh, Lottie.
You would give this serpentine style of movement, V, using your quick movement to your advantage. You hop from little island to little island in an effort to stay out of the water, given that you'd rather step on what you can see, and would keep vigilance for anything that could be a threat. Cobweb, you have, admittedly, smaller legs than V, and you're often wading through this water, unable to jump over it. And that's splishing and splashing and making a sum of noise until ultimately you would hitch a ride on Dismas to avoid that issue, as many areas are over your head, as Dismas and Dagny have no issues, seeing as they have a larger stride, and everyone would maintain a low profile. And V, going ahead forward, you would see that the chain of these markers continues. About every 60, 70, 100 feet or so, varies, there'd be yet another marker, almost if they are forming a sort of chain that seems to be continuing deeper into the rot waters. And although you don't spot any signs of a threat, being ahead of the party, you do spot a curious object silhouette within the far reaches of the mist that is not too far off from the markers. And as the party approaches and you would continue, there would be something that would come into view. It is half sunken into the water. Its wooden components are long, sodden, deteriorated, and rotting. The metallic components are completely rusted beyond repair. But there would be a large contraption of sorts that is residing within the swamp. And judging by what you can see as it comes into view, this would appear to be some form of war machine.
Do I have a twig near me? Oh, that's big.
There are many twigs near you, many
I'm
rocks,
going to
discarded
find
vines.
one that feels the most dry to the touch. Lift it up near the party because I assume it's hard to see me, and I'm going to snap the twig as if something stepped on it, like in a movie.
You're hard pressed to find one that's dry, but you find one that thinks that you think it'll suit the job enough. As you would snap it, and the sound would echo through the trees. And you can see as you snap the twig and you look within the now split ends, there's a series of maggots that are disturbed and wriggling around from the inside of this twig.
Ew. Disgusting. Does the party stop?
Yeah, I would have been alert.
Sure.
You hear a little pitter patter as B says, "Hold up, that was me. But we have a machine up ahead. It looks to be like a cannon. I think we're traveling over a battle that happened long ago.
Well, that explains all the corpses.
It explains why we have to be very careful. Because we already know that what that mysterious stranger can already raise the undead, raise the dead to undead. And we're just walking over a banquet.
Well, a war machine wouldn't be an undead, it's a construct.
True, but who mans the machine? People. And now they're dead. Presumably. I bet all my gold on it.
Well,
I
how
just need
intact did it
something.
seem?
Couldn't tell, but using some simple deduction is probably not workable. But I'll let you be up to the judge of that.
Well, let me get a little closer look at it. Maybe I
I
can
will
tell what
point
era it's from.
to the general location of where it is, and then when they are at it, snap, I will go back into the dark. And I will
Okay.
reroll my stealth.
We don't need to. You can go off the previous roll, which is sufficient enough, unless you're trying something different.
Okay. If you say it's sufficient, I'm good.
Yeah. There's
Right,
no active threats that you can discern, so you think you're fine.
Okay.
Now you make me very paranoid.
Don't worry about it.
So looking at the cannon, is it too rusted for me to be able to tell what era it's from, or?
There's still signs of its intricacies. I'd say if you're going to be taking a look at this thing, you can roll investigation to discern information.
Ugh, that's 13.
Now, you'd recall that you've read a thing or two about war machines during the end times. A lot of innovations were made in the face of certain death and the rapid collapse of civilization. And you would remember that, in the words of what you've read, necessity is the mother of all invention. And this is pretty unique. You imagine that the threats faced here, whatever they may have been, were responsible for this being created in some way. You can see that there's some pipings and some strange central pieces that give you a sense of almost artifice that took place when the center to power this thing. You imagine that this was some innovative tech that may have been created during the time of the fall of humanity, given the extremely rotted state of the wood and very rusted over metal that it's been permeating in the rot waters for quite some time. Definitely made in the imminent threat of humanity's downfall. As for what it could have been fighting, you're not sure, but a cannon's a cannon.
Judging from this, it's artifice made. Structure suggests sometime during the fall of humanity. We might be standing on the very battlefield where they fought, but what they were fighting, I couldn't say.
Must have been pretty big if they needed such a big blaster.
Yeah.
You think it still fires?
I doubt it. The workings are too much. I don't even know if there would be a power source on this thing or not.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Like if I touch it, would I be able to tell if there's any arcane power in it left?
Yeah, if you made contact with it, you think you might be able to see if anything is residing.
Alright. Gonna try and get as close as I can to try and at least touch the side of the barrel.
Okay. You are working to get closer. One more perception roll from you, Dagny, as you're getting up to this thing.
21.
You would see that sunken within the mud, and you almost don't notice it because they are all extremely rusted and sunken within the waters. Would be a couple additional series of sets of armor that are discarded within the reeds. And closing the gap to take a look at this, you can see it's off kilter and about halfway sunken into the mud itself, which would actually give you a decent reach at the centerpiece to take a look at how this thing was powered. And going off of your investigation check, it definitely looks like some sort of heat or fire or arcane inducted powered something. And there is a grate that you could look into, which, given it's sunken in, it's at eye level, and you would look into it. You can see that within there's a lot of litter from the swamp, given this has been here for so long. but there's these dark crystalline fragments of some kind that do look like they fit the bill for being something artifice related. You're not really sure what these remnant bits are. They look charred and almost partially disintegrated. Imagine that these were consumed in some way within this reservoir to generate power. It doesn't look like, given the poor state, that you could fire this thing up. You'd probably need a fresh batch of whatever this crystalline stuff is, and probably a lot of work done on this, if it's even repairable, but it definitely looks it almost reminds you of a furnace of sorts.
Can I try and reach into the grate and pull a piece of the crystalline stuff out?
You can. Easily done.
Okay.
And despite it having this crystalline appearance to it, it's almost soft, and it's mostly devoid of color. Dark and has some faint traces of blue. And based on how the blackened and chalky edges are, you think that this was actively being burned in some way.
I'm just gonna kind of clean it off a little bit with prestidigitation, and I'm gonna put it in the bag of holding.
You do so.
I have a question, man. The
Yeah.
surrounding terrain, would it even be possible for that wheeled vehicle to move around?
And it's slightly different from the depiction that I showed you. The wheels do have these treads on them, these metallic, almost look like they're treated in some way with some sort of oil, like these scoop-like treads that would be able to bite into the soft ground and move forward. So
okay.
definitely.
Yeah, never mind then.
I'm gonna make my way back to the group, and I'll just say, well, we'll definitely put this in the report. Let's keep moving. And I'll start
keep
moving
moving
forward,
you would.
following the line.
All right. I imagine everyone is following suit.
Mm.
Okay. Forward you would continue. And given you're still in the same area, more or less, we'll continue off the previous perception rolls. They were pretty good rolls. And the further you go, the more overcome with mist things would appear to be, as you would follow the chain of markers. And it would be a good 20 minutes hopping from bit of land to bit of land, trying to stay out of the water as best you can, given it's very murky and has that green film to it. You can't see what's within it, if there's any potential threats. And you would see there is, just up ahead, a bright cascade of light, almost as if there's a break in the trees. A nice break, you think? And continuing forward, the trees would begin to taper off a bit, as it looks like you're coming to some sort of opening. And that you would, as you would get back up onto dry land, as there's a bit of a raise up in the terrain out from the murky depths, trees parting, and then mist parting. You would continue forward as you would realize that you are coming to the top of a cliff. And as the mist parts, you can see quite a ways ahead of you.
That name is fucking ominous. B-man, holy shit.
trying to
fucking
recollect in my mind what we saw on the cartographer core, the structures that we saw.
These mega structures would match what you saw within the cartographer core to a T. There are these extremely large spherical bodies that seem to be floating a ways above the ground that are connected to Helios with these titanic roots that are rouging off from the swamplands and rooting into the sides of them. Off in the horizon, there are offshoots of additional large mega roots that seem to jet off in a similar fashion into the sky, but these are the only two that seem to actually be connected to something, as what would resemble these broken, almost fungal, moon-like structures would lay in the immediate horizon before you, as there would be a network of markers you can see in the depression in the land that ultimately seem to connect into a web network chain, and all of them converge directly under these structures.
Well, seems like the pylons are powering whatever's inside these things.
What?
One thing
Did I-
about it, the energy was traveling from the pylons and into the ground. I don't think that the pylons are so much powering them. I think whatever's inside there is trying to pump the land full of auric energy. What that could mean, you got me. I don't know.
Wait. My ma talked about something like this. Not the moons, but how an ancient enemy would try to colonize my ancestors' lands by turning the soil and what we know today as farming, turning it into something that they can live off of. While we lived off the land, they tried to transform the land. What if this is trying to farm in its own way? What if it's trying to change?
B-Man, it looks more like those things grew out of the... They're more like berries off of stems, rather than something that floated down.
In a way, it blurs the line between them, but if you had to pick a side, you think you're on the right track with that.
I mean, it's almost hard to tell. The line's practically blurred on whether they came here or whether they grew here. But I think for certain that the way the swamp is, it's possible that they're basically changing the environment somehow.
They're making it more suitable for their needs, not ours.
Would explain why it's in the middle of the landmass. I doubt anybody's even made it this far and survived. Suppose we'd have to ask a Coda that when we get back.
I don't know if this is a... Dagny, you know artifice magic mumble bullshit pretty well, right?
Some knowledge of it, yes?
With resources we have today, and what could be, would leaving this realm be possible on a mass scale?
I mean, if we got the Startographers together, I think it would be possible.
Because this one's personal goal was to fulfill my mother's wish, which was to return back home. But if this is what's happening all over, then home is no longer home. You get what this one's trying to say? We can't fight this. We don't have the manpower. We don't have the magic power.
Well, we don't know what it is yet.
Yeah,
Well-
sounds like quitter talk to me.
You fight that. You saw that, what's been down here. How do we beat, in the conventional means, beat this? All of this.
With blood and sweat and effort. That's been the goal this entire time. We're not going to relinquish everything that we've built here just because of some usurper, some sort of interloper.
But we, for what we know, is all that's left. We've done that thought. Our ancestors have died believing in that. And look at we are now. We are no longer the kings and queens of this world, of this land. We're now rats, scurrying, scavenging, trying to survive. Unless we find a game changer.
That's
Which
what
is
the
all-
cartographers are doing. That's what we've been doing.
But we
That's what
haven't
I've been
found
doing.
anything yet. So we should explore different options.
So you would just give up so easily.
I would survive, yes. You die for your own damn causes. It's not
I
like you have
plan to,
families
thank
to
you.
protect. Next generation is going to grow up into this. I don't want my kid to have to be here, to have to see this horde, to most likely die before they even turn 1. It's a miracle me and my fiance even have a kid, let alone it's surviving. Causes are only good when you can afford it.
Enough. I understand your frustration. But we still have a mission.
And we will work for it, but maybe the game changer is an idea of leaving. That's all I'll say for now. I'll let you all think about it for an extended period of time.
Just to clarify what you're getting at, this game changer, this miracle that's gonna solve everything, it's what? Leave the planet somehow? That's your idea?
My idea is we should broaden our scope to different options. Instead of war, fighting, killing, because we ain't winning. We have not had a win in... We can go to the library and check to see the time if you want an exact number. But we haven't had a win.
We're mainly holding the walls right now. We're trying to tip the scales into our favor again.
We even saw the wall. It's barely there. That's not a wall. That's just a heap of rock at this point. That so happens to keep things out long enough.
Vishanti!
Dagny,
enough.
yes?
I've caused enough hurt to enough people, and you do not deserve to be hurt. So please, get a hold of yourself, and let's keep going. And she's gonna continue to follow the pylons.
All right.
Maybe that is our fall. This is where everyone just walked by. He's saying this in a normal voice, but people have walked maybe 10 or 15 feet away. Again, I've said this before. Maybe our downfall was our self-preservation. Or the lack of. As he then walks again and quickly regroups with the party.
So, I imagine if we keep following the breadcrumb trail, we'll end up right under the closer one there.
I'd imagine so. You can at least figure out what these things are and what they do, if they do anything.
Well, what with all those roots connected to them, it shouldn't be too hard to get within spitting distance. And given all those cracks and the like, could even see what's inside.
Maybe.
All right. I presume the party is making their way down, continuing their trek along the network of markers, and ultimately working their way towards the nearer megastructure.
Yes.
All right. New round of perception rolls as everyone continues further.
Yeah.
Oh.
Whew.
There's
Yikes.
another one.
Oh no.
How many 15s am I gonna roll this session?
We'll see.
Yeah, for real. Dismas, you can't help but keep looking up at these giant mega structures now that you can see them. There's a certain presence to them that it's just mesmerizing to you in some way. It feels in the most arbitrary ways familiar, yet foreboding. You ponder what the connection is between the state of the land below them and what they could be or what they may represent. You're lost in thought and quite distracted. And as Cobweb would be using you as a bit of a lift to not be sunken into the water, Cobweb is occasionally poking you to keep your head straight, as he is dependent on you to do so. As for Dagny and V, you would be heading the party, V taking point. And as you would descend down into this lower valley that is more root rotten than anything else, the passing of rolling fog would obfuscate your vision tremendously for certain spells. There's the occasional sign of civilization as you see these sunken, deteriorated houses and holds that at one point may have been mighty but have long since been consumed by the mud and bog. And V, you would spot it first as off to your right, about 60, 70 feet off, you can see there's movement within the fog, as there are 3 humanoid figures, silhouettes that seem to be moving away from you at a decent pace.
Shh! Everyone, get down now.
What? What is it?
I couldn't tell exactly what they were. Whether they're those Starfallen, the Star Observers, or one of those purple rock things at the vortex teleportation thing. But there are movement in the mist over there, as I point in the general direction of where it is. They weren't walking towards us, they were walking away from us. From here on out, we
actually
can.
be people out here.
We're not going to find. I will bet you 10 gold we will never find people out here. We'll find entities.
There's only one way to find out.
But we rarely see entities in groups unless they're actually patrolling.
Maybe, but there were 3. I did see 3 distinct movements.
Alright. Keep following the pylons. Stay on your guard.
Also, I'll be taking point, but I'll still be in the light. When I give this signal, as he takes 2 fingers and points it forward, that means go. When he lifts up a hand, but it's a fist, that means halt. If he points to his ears, that means listen for anything. And the last one is he points to his eyes, and then the horizon. That means look.
Okay.
That's why we got some non-verbal communication going.
Got it.
All right, he's going to take point.
All right. And you would wait for those humanoid shapes to disperse into the fog as they would disappear. And onwards you would go. As you would take a stealthy approach, keeping your proximity to the party, scouting ahead in a serpentine motion to sweep the incoming terrain for any signs of danger. Going off your perception roll, you would find that as you continue forward, it is a relatively straight shot, as you would find some solid ground. And you would see off in the distance to your left this time, better part of 100 feet, there's the sunken silhouettes of yet another one of those war machines. This exact same one that you had encountered before, although this one seems to have been damaged a lot more, as one of the wheels seems to be completely splintered and it is cannon side down into the mud. But
Is it pointing towards the structure or away from it?
It's pointing kind of in like a middle ground, like not necessarily away or towards, but like off towards your left, the far left.
Well, that's fucking foreboding.
Right. Can I see where the sun is right now?
You can see that the sun is still climbing into the sky. You'd say, if anything, it's approaching maybe mid-morning.
But is it rising from my right or my left?
It is rising from your left and is going to crest over to your right.
You did mention that these moons are mostly made out of vegetative material, right?
It looks that way, yes. You can see, especially with the larger one, it's as if a giant web of this vegetative matter has consumed it. With the smaller one, it's much more splintered, and you can see that there are fragments underneath the crust, if you will. And with your poor perception check, you can't see much, but as a group, you can see that there is a more solid material that appears to be underneath it. With the poor conditions of visibility from this far out, it's hard to know for certain what it is.
Roughly how far? Are we talking miles away, kilometers away, leagues from the small one to us?
You're probably about a mile from getting towards the nearest route that would be connected to this thing.
Okay. So we are relatively kind of close.
That you are. Although, within this final stretch, there is a thick blanket of fog that has rolled in, and visibility beyond any more than maybe 50, 60 feet is going to be next to impossible.
I'm going to hold up my hand in a fist.
I'll stop the others behind me.
You then turn around, slowly walk towards there and saying, okay. So we're nearing it. Whatever's there, if there is anything there. This is a hush whisper, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
We would encounter in maybe a mile or 3.
Okay.
I want to know everyone's intention. So that's why we don't have any miscommunication. Are we climbing it? Are we going to go inside it? Are we examining the roots? Or the ones the roots underground as well?
Well, mean, let's examine the outside of it before we think of anything about going inside.
Okay. But as you can tell, the fog is being very annoying. Keep an eye out. Do any of you have a rope? I lost mine.
Yeah,
It's still tied to that place.
Dagny's gonna reach into her bag and pull out her rope.
Alright. Just loop it around each of us once or twice, or tie it to our belts. We're now going to be forming a chain.
Yeah.
I'll still take point.
Yeah.
Alright.
All right.
What's going to be our V's in the front? What's our marching order?
Say V, Dagny, then Dismas and Cobweb?
Cobweb's still riding on Dismas's shoulders, so I mean the rope's not really necessary for him.
Okay.
It's fine. Okay, cool. Alright. He's going to get back down to more of a crouching position and just going straight towards the route.
All right.
We will have his bow ready with an arrow notched.
Okay.
All right. As you would have yourself prepared, ready for whatever this place may throw at you, and would continue onwards.
P-Man, why did I ask? Because I forget, because I'm an idiot. Helios only has one moon, right?
Yes, the moon of Atlas.
Okay.
All right. And onwards you would go. And V, as you're taking point, you can see that as the group would proceed forward, diving into this heavy fog once again, you can see there are silhouettes up ahead within the 50-foot radius you can see. And these silhouettes are large and box-like and would resemble that of some form of civilization. It looks like you're heading towards some form of small village among a waterfront. And you can see there are signs of planks that are sunken into the mud. That this may, at one point, may have been a town of some kind. And you think you, within the refraction of the mist, may see some signs of light. A similar light to the ones that you had encountered when you slept in the hovel. I presume you're going to be moving forward?
Yeah, as we pass buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me, is it more curvy art designs or like architecture? Is it more linear line?
It seems more box-like. It looks like the architecture, just based on the silhouettes alone, are something that you would see maybe along a coastline, if anything. Something that is propped up on a series of log-like stilts that have the idea of living among a waterfront in mind.
So like a village that would be like half on land and half on water.
Yes.
Okay. Uh, there's probably not going to be anything here, but do you guys want to see if we can scavenge anything?
I think we should at least try and bring something back.
This town, as it were, is at the base of the roots of this thing?
No, it's close, but not quite. It's within the creeping shadow of the lesser megastructure.
Well, if people decided to set up shop here, they must have had a reason.
Wait.
What?
Has anyone seen any signs of corpses? Bones last a very long time.
He has a point. I really. Have we seen any corpses?
So, you, in your perception, have taken a look around, and you haven't really seen much in the way of corpses through your travels. You have seen the occasional groupings of those suits of armor that are sunken in the ground, but those armor suits are always empty and never contain a body.
Mm-hmm.
You've yet to really see anything like
Can
that.
I make a history check to re-envision the dead dude that was in the wall of vines that was reaching out to me when I was cutting it?
Yeah, you can go ahead and try to recall it.
The only time I've ever thought of wanting keen mine.
Nice.
Fucking 15!
I don't know what it is with you in these 15s, to be honest, but I mean, you would think back to it, and the mental image would come to light. It's still pretty fresh in your mind.
I had a crazy thought. This one is now pleasantly, horrifically disturbed.
Why is that?
Because I remember the corpse that came by, and it was like it was infused with the vines. Not like the vines grew in it, as it was like it's becoming part of it. What if this plant-like thing is a carnivore? Wait a minute. As I check out this village area, does it seem like there's a lot of buildings, or there was enough evidence to show that there was a lot of buildings?
Just by giving it a once-over, you would see there's probably the better part of about a dozen buildings that are within close proximity of each other.
Assuming this is everywhere else, we might, because creatures that scavenge will eat the meat, but they don't really eat the bones. They don't get nutritions. Animals don't do that.
Well, not all animals do it.
Not any normal ones I've encountered.
No, certain species of carnivore are able to crack the bones and lick the marrow out.
But that would leave evidence of bone.
It would, yes.
We have seen no evidence. And the only evidence we have found was one that was becoming plant-like. Or at least that's what I would say. Or if I was...
You have a point. Like, most of the corpses that we have seen have either been entwined with some sort of plant life or in the swamp water.
I will point at the really big one. What if that is the people? And this one didn't have enough. Points to the smaller one. What if that ate them?
Again, it's all possible unless we can actually see something.
Or it could have been that necromantic undead we ran into, adding any bodies it finds to its corpse hoard.
traveled out that far. It's possible.
But then we would see evidence of something that big. As I will... Can I make an investigation check to see if there's been tracks of something of that nature, that blob?
Sure, you can look for signs of there being some form of movement. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Would that be a nature check?
I mean, you're trying to track a creature here.
If it's tracking,
If anything,
that
it
falls
could be
under
survival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes.
was about to say.
Yeah, roll survival.
19. It's not a 15.
You would take a
Or
look,
throughout our journey as well, like have... I can't really do that.
and you're looking for signs of essentially tracks of any sort of beast.
Specifically, one that that giant blob of hell no would make. Since it was just... It had no, like, real limbs. It was just dragging its body.
You would take a look around for a while and sweep wide using your speed to your advantage. And at first, you don't really find anything until you look at some of the embankments along the water. For a place this big, the water tends to be pretty still, but you can see that a lot of the mud at the embankments of the water do have this upturn to them, which strikes you as a bit odd. You think that, if anything, a creature could have done that resides within the water. And you would look within the water to see that it has that trademark green film, which prevents any sort of sight into it, but there's trace signs that there may have been something that was sloshing around in it and may have had a brush-in with the outer edges.
I would rush back to the party. Oh my god, did I ever tell anyone here how much I hate it here? I just want that to be stated for the records. Okay, that's done. So, I'm really glad you brought that up, Bloody, because I did find something was moving through the mud when it was wet at the time. It's somewhat dry now, so it's pretty well imprinted, but that could have been where the bodies went. But assuming this was during the height of all of our civilizations, I would bet that it wouldn't be big enough. Even if the town held 50 families, it still wouldn't be enough bodies to account for everything.
Well, we don't know how long this thing's been prowling around. Could be
No.
feeding on hapless travelers.
Could, but if this area right here would hold 50 families, I'm assuming this giant town would hold more. And the size shows that it's not big enough to be the main source. Though this is assuming the size of this town.
Or there could be another one.
There could be multiple.
From what we run into so far, we have these constructs, these animated armors and the like. Then the undead. The one we ran into at the shack worries me. It's smart enough to make more, and smart enough to, well, make an escape when the odds aren't in its side, as it were.
Now you have me bloody curious. What was in that tomb? What was being guarded? What was being held?
I don't know, something powerful if there was enough animated armor in there to deter it.
But here's the thing. Why animated armor? Why machines?
Hmm.
so that it doesn't use whatever powerful it was capable of.
Maybe. Or maybe its power can only affect flesh.
You know, I think you might be onto something there. It did kind of strike me as odd. But the thing is, there was no mechanism inside of them. I still wouldn't rule necromancy out.
Oh, you see it very odd.
Animated armor doesn't need mechanisms. It's a arcane sigil on the inside of the armor. It's enchanted.
Huh. Well, the more you know. Hmm.
It would just need some sort of sensor or alarm to it to in order to activate. That's why I didn't walk into the room myself. That's why those shield guardians rose up when I pressed on their pressure plate arms.
All this speculating is hurting my brain.
Again. So if we want to err on the side of caution, we can continue to move to the north. If that's what you're suggesting, V.
Fuck, I'm so curious now. See why, Dagny, you're the way you are. The temptation is strong.
I'm not falling into temptation. I'm someone who is open to everything. For all we know, the Inquisition doesn't have any knowledge of this place. It's possible they do, it's possible they don't. I don't know. But we have a responsibility as cartographers to not only be able to put this place on the map, but to also have at least some detail about the structures that are there.
Dagny, can you please, my fiance's, she can also do this magic stuff as well, but every time she tries to explain it to me, she just goes overboard. In simple terms, how do you do your job? That's why I can understand.
How to be a cartographer, you mean?
No. How do you make poofy things magic stuff? Like, she told me about spells and, like, you need the fuel to fuel them, but...
Well, for me, it was mainly through books, through schools. My stepmother taught me.
Oh, okay. So your method is very similar to hers. Okay, so if I have this correct, you memorize spells, right?
Well, I have a set of spells in my spell book, and I memorize each one, different ones for the day.
What can you tell us what you do know? What can you use?
You mean what spells do I have prepared?
All of them.
Well, I have all my cantrips, which is Mind Sliver, Frostbite, Prestidigitation, and Firebolt. My prepared spells, that's Mage Armor, Magic Missile, Shield, Chromatic Orb, Featherfall, Shatter, Scorching Ray, Fireball, and Sending.
Okay. And the ones you don't have prepared?
That's Catapult, Tasha's Caustic Brew, False Life, Tasha's Mind Whip, and Maximilian's Earthen Grasp.
A lot of these sound very offensive.
Well, they should be. My specialty is in war magic.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. I was hoping that you would know magic that could figure out things or tell us things. I don't know if that's an actual spell or not, but...
Wait, I'm gonna reach into the bag of holding and pull out one of the scrolls of legend lore. We have these.
What the fuck's this? It's a piece of
This
paper.
is-
Can I draw on it?
No, this is a spell scroll. A spell
Okay.
scroll with the spell legend lore written into it. I read it, it expends the spell, and it will tell me information of either a person that I name or describe, or a place that I name or describe. Why? What do you want to know?
What was in the sarcophagus in the tomb or prison we were in? What was being guarded?
How many of those scrolls do you have?
Better.
Including this one, there will be. Hold on, I wrote down how many there were. 4. I think it was 3 total. Hold on, sorry, I'm looking at my notes here.
Just give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna pee real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good.
Baby bladder B-man!
Yeah, including the one in my hand, I have 2 scrolls of legend lore.
Okay, then this is a very limited resource.
It is. We have to be very selective of it.
If we want to figure out what's in the sarcophagus, we could try prying it open ourselves, but that's probably a dumb idea. See,
No, we
someone
don't.
went for all the trouble of keeping that thing closed.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I mean-
big, but I'm not trying to get stuck in a fight with 30 animated armors and whatever the hell those tile guys were.
21 animated armors, 2 special-looking animated armors, and then 2 big stone pillar guys.
Right.
Exactly.
But no, I can at least describe the place as I remember seeing it.
I did get a good idea on it. And does having a picture looking at it help?
It does.
Okay, when B-Man gets back, I'm gonna continue on my painting of the.
I'm back. What's up?
Oh, welcome back.
Mm.
Amazon told me yes. I just want to double check if I paint the prison/tomb. Does that help with the spell of legend lore to identify what you're trying to ask?
I'd say, yeah, I mean, you're essentially, legend lore, you're recalling upon a person, place, or thing, and the knowledge of what that was is a memory inside of your head, and to paint is essentially just a manifestation of that memory. So it's not necessarily going to make a big difference, but it will solidify the understanding that you do have, and it's not like it'll consume the painting anyways. And painting it may help you recall details that you otherwise would have forgotten regardless, because you did take in a good view. I do remember that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's find shelter, so we're not just. I no longer feel comfortable standing in this open anymore.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Let's
Let's
find shelter.
find shelter. You can finish the painting, and then I can cast a spell, and we can figure what's going on with that place.
After you cast it, can I? I've never casted a spell before.
It's typically customary that the scroll is read by a spellcaster, and
Oh,
as far as I can tell, I'm the only one.
so okay, so it has like prerequisites of sorts.
Yes.
If you're gonna be
But what-
flinging around magic on that level, shouldn't you be using it on something of a bigger scale? Like the moons rather than a single tomb we found?
I think
Well-
we could.
We have 2.
One thing about it, we don't really know jack shit about the big balls in the distance.
I will say though, since it was a different color than what we went through, Cobweb. we still don't know if it worked as intended.
It
So
almost certainly didn't.
You sure?
Mostly because, yeah, before we got sucked in, before it even started pulling that nasty pink gack, there was a plume of some sort of. It almost seemed like it had a hole punched in it. I bet my bottom dollar that those stones containing the rooms had their sacred geometry damaged and couldn't properly function, if that makes sense.
But by some miracle, all of us except one were teleported there.
Well, no, hold on. Think about it. We were all connected, or at least that's my understanding.
Oh, you were right. You were not unconscious. I tried to save Garrock. He went through. The rope couldn't withstand the pull, so then I get sucked in. Then Dagny, you, and not
Dismiss?
bloody Dismiss. Thank you.
Jiminy
And
Christmas.
Disney Bloody Christmas. As together went through. So there's 3 separate instances of an entrance, and 2 of them shoved up in the right spot. Or at least all 3 of us, or 4 of us, were here in that place. That also takes an account of, do you have to be connected to go to the same place? Or was it 5 instances instead of 3? The point is, we have 2 scrolls, and I see 2 things we can use them on. We don't have to do them, but I want to know what's in that sarcophagus, because this was during the time before or during all this. So they had to have a reason to put resources into enclosing this area. That's my reasoning, and that's my argument. I'll let you all think about that as we find shelter, because I'm no longer just going to stand here anymore. We have to find shelter.
Yes.
Alright, would you want us to give some investigation checks or perception checks to see if we can find a building that suits our needs?
It would be a perception check as you're moving along these buildings to find one that could be a suitable home.
Ouch.
All right, 1 second here. Looking at the silhouettes that are before you at the small representation of at one point was a small town, you would see that there is a center building that is considerably larger than the rest of the small hovels nearby. You would imagine that this would probably be the best place to hole up, seeing as, given a once-over as you're approaching this, from what you can see through the fog, most of the smaller buildings are subject to rots and decay. Some worse than others, most of which seem to be missing doors or anything that would be able to otherwise bolster defense. However, the center building is on a proper island that seems to be the center point of this small town. Maybe it was a town hall or was a place on whoever was head of this place would have stayed. Either way, it was built the best, is kept in the best condition, and would probably offer the best cover.
That building looks good.
Seems as good as any.
Right. Let's head on up.
All right. As you all would delve into the thick swamp mist and would approach this town. And
You know, once you get used to the smell, this place isn't so bad.
So, sorry for interrupting you there.
no, that's fine. I would like to take the 15-minute break right about now just so I can get dinner out of the way, if that's cool with everybody else.
No, that's pretty good.
You fat
Oh,
boy!
yeah?
Good
All
time.
right. Cool.
I'm gonna head to the vending machine.
Nice. We'll reconvene at 7:55.
Yeet.
Yeah.
Oh, question. Does anyone want to see one of the projects they've been working on?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. I'll put this in general chat. It's slowly loading. Oh, I hate. I hate the school Wi-Fi.
Oh, that's pretty cool. What is it? The Leviathan X?
That's correct. It's exactly what it is. I have made.
Oh, stop.
Oh, it's fine. I 3D printed resin-wise. The axe head, the side pieces, and
No.
then the bottom handle. I've used C++ coding to get the LEDs to work, and that's been a bane of my existence.
Yeah, my buddy did something similar for a cosplay for MetroCon. It was an LED in the middle of a bunch of plastic strips that he melted to resemble fire, and it was like it was his little firebolt.
I fucking love it.
Yeah, he went as his tiefling character.
Nice. Let's go. My buddy Ty went to a convention, and he's like, you know what? I want to go as not as a main character, but as a standard NPC from Fallout.
That's
And he was like, who do I know that does this? And they called me up saying, hey, don't you do cosplays? And I'm like, yes, I do it professionally. And he's like, all right, help me out here. And I'm like, all right. So I give him advice on and multiple videos and techniques of like how to make it do good. And since this was his first cosplay he made, he could not have chosen a better franchise to start out with. Because Fallout, things are not shiny. Things are not new. They're all messy. It's very easy to fuck something up and make it look good.
Anyway, I'm gonna go grab a sandwich real quick.
Drew, the vending machine's calling me.
Yeah.
Run. You know, Goat, out of all the noises you made, none have ever come close to making me worried as the sound of a baby goose squeaking. Fucking geese are fucking incarnates of evil.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
I love how the plan was. Okay, we're going to the tree. Wait, never mind. We're doing a different thing now.
Stop running from me. You have to let your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ into your heart before you burn in hell. Why are you running? Get back here. Accept Jesus, goddammit.
Shanti, otherwise known as the biggest coward of all time.
Hey, Shanti, the only one to tell a story. Because he is the one who's still alive. Can you hear me sanding?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. There, I put my output as 66. So hopefully that doesn't pick up my sanding.
Alright, here's the plan. Break Shanti's legs and leave him in the swamp. He'll draw out the zombies. Kill the zombies, use the zombie meat as bait, and get some crawfish. Make some dinner.
Hell yeah.
trust in Amazon? She will
Oh, you want to hear one of my funnier stories of when I got an actor to break character because how stupid me and my group of pals were?
Nope.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyways.
We're gonna be continuing in a minute, so go.
Yeah, hold it till later.
Easy.
I'm
So
back,
when
and I have to. I just spent this entire time heating up my dinner, so I need a couple extra minutes. So go ahead, it's fine.
No!
So when I went to England for D&D, we had a special night where was really cool was you could stay in character throughout the entire event. So day in and day out you were your character. I didn't play that to 100%, but certain days it was asked if you were in character for this scavenger hunt of sorts. So I dress up as my druid satyr, and my team dress up in their armor.
Mm-hmm.
We meet one of the DMs who we were supposed to go to first. We're talking around, but he gives us something very vague. We don't know what to do with it because one of the part of the riddle was you have to look under what is obvious to you, and knowledge lies beneath the book. So we're looking around the area because we're like, all right, we have to look under a book. So we're picking up the books nearby, and he's like, what are you doing? Go, travelers, go. And we're like, okay. Then he stops, asks in his normal voice, do you guys know what you're even doing? And we tell him, no, we don't. He's like, God damn it, you made me break character. So here's what you're doing. We're all giving you a riddle or a sentence, depending on who it is. And if it makes no fucking sense, just don't mind it. It's not for you. But if it does make sense, then you should press for questions. And we're like, oh, thank you, kind sir. Thank you. And he's like, oh, go. I have to get back into character. And we're like, sorry about that. And he's like, geez. The education system nowadays. And we're like, sorry.
Wow, okay.
One of our team members was like, hey, wait a minute. I'm older than you. And he's like, well, not in this campaign. And he's like, well, shit. Fun time.
A little sound effect. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you like that?
That was good. That was good. Alright.
Thank you. That wasn't even a sound effect. That was me activating my Dremel.
No, there was a clap sound effect.
Yeah,
sure was
yeah, we can't even hear your Dremel right now.
Perfect. Can you hear it now?
Yep, there it is. Yeah, I got a nice Dremel downstairs that I use for my 3D print project. The thing is solid. Can't remember the brand though. Some blue branding.
B-man, eat the spaghetti. Where the go the chain?
It's pork cutlets. Anyways, do we have everybody here?
I'm here, rather.
Okay. So, let's hear some intent of action. I presume everyone is going to start by heading forward into the silhouettes of buildings to try to find some shelter.
I think
We had found the shelter. There was a
big
central
house.
building on
Yes,
stilts.
you do have sight of a central building within this small collection of hovels. Is
That's where
everyone
we were
making their
headed.
approach?
Yes.
Approach you would.
Right. Okay. Go ahead and head towards the door.
And this building, for the record, wouldn't be the central one, but is another very sturdy building. This appears to be some sort of chapel. You can see that there is moss and vines that have crept up the stone walls throughout the years and is riddled with disrepair. And even in spite of that, it's much more well made than the smaller buildings around it and has held up pretty good. Oops, sorry about that.
here.
Okay. And I presume that you'll be.
We got a storage room right there. We got stairs to our left. All right.
The
Count us.
doors the frame we passed through, are the doors functioning?
These outer doors are well decayed, but still do function. They're sturdy, but time has taken its toll to eat away at them quite a bit.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll go ahead and close them behind us.
I'm
Alright.
going to pull up 3 fingers to Dagny, and I'll go 3, 2, tighten grip my grip, and slowly turn the knob on the door open. 1. And I'll slowly creep the door open. Does it open to begin with?
It would open, and you would see inside. This place, despite the sunken disrepair of the exterior, the interior really isn't all that bad. Save for the centralized carpet, which has a series of imprinted footsteps going up and down the aisles, diverging off towards the pews, which are rowed by these old, well-deteriorated candles that have been mostly melted down to their base. These wooden pews have had signs of rot and are well cracked from age and overuse. And up towards the front, you can see there is a large candelabra with an altar that has a nondescript function to it. It's unclear what kind of deity they may have worshipped. It seems as though any sort of signs that clearly depict any one god are not present.
That's Sarah. Don't touch it. She'll murder you. That's Sarah. Don't touch it. She'll murder you. Then you're good.
B-Man.
Uh-huh.
These little letters right here. Oh, what's that all about?
So, hold on. Trying to eat my cutlet.
Oh, fair enough.
So you would take a look at these, and they are well aged, and they look like this very old and slightly moth-bitten parchment. You can pick it up, but you're going to have to be very careful not to be too rough with it, because you think that these might disintegrate with any forced movement. But they are some sort of religiously significant pamphlets that seem to denote a deity of some kind.
DM,
Uh-huh.
behind here with this book, is it also very, very well aged?
Ping where you're pointing? Yes. It looks like this book has been laid out. It's not too unlike the books that are in the pew. And it seems as though they were on a certain page in the middle section of the book before just being discarded here.
I want to gently take out well, not gently. I'm going to take out one of my, probably like one of my painting utensils things and slowly lift it so I'm not adding my own oil to this page.
Ah, very well done. And the topmost pages are moth-bitten away and seem to have faded as they are exposed to the open air for all this time. But you can see that if you are carefully turning the pages, that the text following the prior to and continuing pages are in fact legible, and they're written in common.
Ooh. I'm going to read out some of the text
Okay.
in a very...
You would
Ooh, it's a free
continue
sermon.
to read the passages, and the few passages that you do read are of the apostles of a god called Sylvanus, which is the god of wild nature, and it would depict and often hail the representation of Sylvanus as overgrowth and druidic practice as sacred above all else, as the natural state of the world is to be held in the highest regard.
Huh. This god they are praying to in this chapter is actually quite similar to one of the ones my mother talked about.
Is it possible that Sylvanus' power permeates through this place? What
I'm
explains
sorry,
the
I
different
couldn't
color
hear
of
you.
the auric? I said, is it possible that Sylvanus' power resonates through this place? It would explain the different color of the auric energy.
It could. It honestly could.
Maybe we
Hell,
weren't
like
transported here by accident.
gods. My mother always said gods are very powerful and mysterious beings. They need us to worship them, but some of them don't need us to worship them, to be in power of sorts.
Suppose.
This might have been an act of God, maybe. Or in this case, act of Sylvanas feeling
Maybe.
betrayed.
Just kind of look around. Dismas?
In here, checking things out. This little side office.
Yeah.
I'm snooping around in here.
Did you find anything?
I had to wait for the DM to swallow his pork chop before I could tell you.
Sorry. Now, this desk is riddled with various parchments that are in various states of being either held off to the side to be sent out somewhere, rolled up as if to be delivered or has been delivered, and there's even one that is in the center that looks like it was starting to be written but was abruptly interrupted as you would rummage through the line of scrolls here as well as the most recent work on the desk. It looks like the priest that had worked here, as you're scrolling through various pieces of work that are on here, he would detail his latest developments as he's trying to collect his thoughts and figure out how to best serve a sermon for a group of people that follow a number of different gods. It seems like a lot of different people from different parts of Helios converged here for one reason or another. And you can see that they would hold services to a number of different gods at different times of day, which would explain why the church seems so nondescript and doesn't seem to hold any representations of any one god. It would discuss talks of services for Ilmater, the god of endurance, for those who are weary and traveled for long periods of time. There's a very late night service for just a small handful of people for a god known to as Silun, the goddess of the moon Atlas. Another one would mention Sylvanas, as V had gone off and read a passage of. And there would be another one for Walkeen, the goddess of trade. It seems like whatever group of people worshiping whatever god, it's swapped out here like clockwork. And you would see that there's notes that had been given to the priest, and they are addressed by various people that used to either live here or stop by here. And they seem to be increasingly concerned with a stark divide among the people. It seems as though things got bad on Helios, and it split the people into separate ideologies. Less concerned with faith, but faith seems to be their answer to come to solutions. People seem to be focused on different ways to solve the problems of the world. And this divide became, based on what you can hear from the way these are addressed to the priests, increasingly violent to the point where people were openly attacking one another.
Oh, whoops.
Is there a date to these letters?
you would see that the dates that are stamped, these are probably a good 30 or so year stretch before the estimated date of the genocide of mankind. And there's around the time of that benchmark is when these distress letters came in. And around 5 or so years after that mark, all further work just seems to stop.
Is there
I'll-
any mention of Zula?
Roll investigation is you are specifically searching through all this work for any mention of Zula.
This desk, does it have any compartments? I imagine things inside would have fared better.
You can roll investigation as well.
That's 17 for me.
Dagny, you would go through all of the stored documents here, and there is not a single mention of Zula to be found. As for Dismas, there's nothing secretive necessarily about this desk, at least nothing that you can discern as you're sifting through for a while. Although you would find as you're going along, you would hit a bottom desk and would open it up, and you would find it's almost you imagine to be a paperweight, but it's curious that it's within a drawer. You don't really need a paperweight for a drawer. It's a curious little stone that kind of catches your eye. Has this orangish swirl to it that seems to be inlaid within the minerals of the stone. It kind of has a gleam to it. Seems pretty.
Silverhide. This
Yes?
stone here seems similar to the pylons. Maybe it's a piece they chipped off. What do you think?
I'm gonna examine this.
You would look at it, and it's not really like the markers that are within the rot waters, that's for sure. But it is a curious little stone that has a nice gleam to it that does seem to have some arcane origin to it. It looks like a trinket that someone may have been playing with an experiment. It's nothing terribly powerful or anything like that, but maybe this was something that they did in their off time as a little plaything. Maybe as a use, you're not quite sure.
I mean, is the energy in it the same as what was in the pylons?
No, this would be just your very basic arcane imbuements, as though this was just practice one's own skill.
And it doesn't look like it's made of heliostone or anything.
No, it's a regular looking stone that has a interesting little swirl to it that's been applied to the use of Arcana.
I mean, it would seem like it, but I doubt it. The pylons look like they were made of almost heliostone. This is a completely different material, and although the energy seems the same, there's something different about it, but I think we should definitely hold on to it, and I will go ahead and drop it in the bag of holding.
As you two would wrap up your investigation of this office, you would pick up on two interesting things. Towards the end of the records, there seems to be a disproportionate amount of sermons that were held for the god by the name of Gond, which is the god of craft. It seems like towards the end, artifice became of extreme intrigue to a lot of people here. And in addition, people were looking to have holy water obtained in any way they can get it, as well as a service for becoming well versed in divine clerical magics.
Use of holy water, rise in divine magics. Maybe they were experiencing the undead at that point?
Well, at least we know where they got the ideas for those gizmos in their heads.
But at the same time, during this whole period, all these other gods, there's no mention of Zula. Which begs the question, is Zula purely a High Shire creation?
I wouldn't
I don't
know
know.
much about that.
people seem to be a little bit more accepting until the change in ideologies. I don't know what it was. Maybe... I don't know. Best not to dwell on it right now. Let's press on. Bashanti, we're moving on.
Dagny, there would be a faint glimmer of sunlight which comes in through this window which is behind Dismas. And for the three of you that are here, you would see that for a brief moment, the sunlight would be very suddenly blocked out and then would quickly come back in, as if something passed on the other side of the window.
Oh,
Dismas,
Lottie.
get away from the window! And she'll rush into the chapel. Both of you, inside!
Yeah. Come on.
Cobweb is going to prepare his action, or he as soon as Dismas is inside, he's going to shut the doors and then prepare his action to enlarge.
Oh, you guys are gonna wanna give me some room.
Yeah, I'm stepping way back towards the altar and having my arcane staff at the ready.
All right.
Can I hear anything? Footsteps or the like?
Roll perception.
Gotcha.
I think also while she has the chance, she is gonna go ahead and pull the Abyssalith lifeblood and put it on as a pendant.
I'm taking the book and shoving it in my backpack.
You would do so as well.
What's happening? What's happened? What'd you find in there?
Oh, interesting records, but
Yeah,
The
it's not
window-
about what's in here. It's
There's
about
something-
what's out there.
there's something outside. I saw the light in the window get blocked off and then dissipate. There's something out there.
There's windows in this main hall, yeah?
So these would all be stained glass, and they are crept up with moss and various forms of lichen. So not that stained glass is easily looked out of anyways, but with all the overgrowth and disrepair, it's impossible to really see without it. The only thing you can discern is when light is blocked. And everyone would hold position
Yeah.
and would wait a while. And Cobweb, with your perception check, keeping two sharp ears out, no pun intended, you would be by the door ready for anything. And you can't help but just feel a slight breeze that would be seemingly originating from the underside of the door as it creeps along the ground and would greet your feet. And very slowly, you would feel the wind, that cold wind, pick up again from underneath the door as this door here to the right would slowly open as though opened by the brush of the wind. However, there's no one there. But with the door open,
I'm gonna start
everyone-
punching the air.
You would punch the air and whiff and whiff and whiff. And for everyone else concerned in the main line here, you can't help but feel a little bit more chilled than previously as this draft would circulate into the room.
B-Man, I wonder, or question rather, would you say I'm semi-familiar with an array of undead creatures and types?
So you've been very attuned to your own kin and the derivations of such. As far as anything of an offshoot of undead, you haven't been around that sort of creature in a very long time. And even in the before times, your exposure was very limited. So while you feel you may be able to tell whether a creature is undead at a glance, having a extrasensory adaptation to them is a stretch.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, like, Ooh, maybe I'm familiar with kind of a more spectral undead, and maybe that's what the cold breeze was, but up to you.
Wait, close the door! Yeah, right. I'm gonna try or attempt to close the door. Will it close?
You would close only to find that the lock mechanism isn't really functional anymore, as you would close it and that breeze would very slowly and eventually open it back up again.
Open the door. Open the door.
I would like to shut the door and then drag one of the pews in front of it.
You would shut this thing tight and would drag one of these pews, or at least you would try to, as you pull really hard, only to find that these pews are in fact set into the ground.
Shit.
I'd like to hold the door shut with my incredibly masculine physique.
Okay. You go up to these doors and would have your hands ready as you would brace them against the door and would hold them firm. You can't help but feel the wind is still creeping underneath the door and would greet your feet, but the doors are closed, as long as they're holding them there.
What'd you find in the office?
It was only information. There were letters written to the priest that worked here. The reason why there's no specific insignia in this place is because it tried to cater to many gods, to people who worshipped different gods. At some point, there was a break in ideologies, and then there was a point where the letters just stopped.
What type of ideology?
I don't know. Just it got to the point where people just started attacking each other.
Was it a religious thing? Like, I totally can see why people would fight over religion, but
Based on what you've heard, Dagny, the implications are whatever was dividing people was a bit more severe than just what religion people followed.
Oh, it was more than just religion. It was something else. Something was affecting them that was causing them to fight each other.
So an outside source? A third party?
Possible. I mean, it mentioned so many deities, I noticed. But in that 30 to 40 year stretch, there was not one mention of Zula.
Fuck. Fuck, please don't tell me I'm right. Please.
I can't. Don't speak of it right now. I can't say for certain. And any sort of thing we would be able to say with certainty would be considered blasphemy and heresy.
I've already committed that.
Well, to my knowledge, the only blasphemous thing in this room is the spooky ghost wind and the crazy shadow creature outside. So I think we'd better keep our fucking heads on swivels, because this place is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
I'm gonna kind of step forward. Can I cast Frostbite on the bottom edge of the doors?
Are you trying to stop that wind from coming in?
Yeah, essentially.
Right. Let me see. Cost numbing frost to form on one creature. I would say with repeated casting, you can get a thin veil of ice here, but you know that with the humidity in here, you give that spell maybe only a couple of minutes, and that frostbite will have subsided.
Um, anyone got any articles of clothing they don't mind losing?
Wait, there are carpets in here. Can I lift the carpet up?
This carpet can, in fact, be rolled.
Yeah, I'm gonna start rolling up the carpet and pressing the edges up against the bottom edge of the door.
I will
You'd be-
assist Agni.
You'd be pulling this carpet up and would begin rolling it. And as you do, you would be pushing out all of the sodden gunk that has been slowly building up in this over the last, you don't even know how long, as this almost black water would be squeezed out of this rug and would leak onto the floor and would bring up a stench most foul that assaults your senses and makes you physically wince. It's the smell of rot and death.
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, that smell.
Glad I put a piece of clothing on my face.
Pushing through and trying to get the carpet rolled up enough to push against the doors.
Yeah. You would continue to roll up this carpet, and because it's so heavy, it would take you a good minute or two, even with Vishanti helping you in this stench. The more that you roll it, the more it permeates in the air. And you would keep rolling, and you'd get to about here when there'd be a particularly hardened part of carpet that you have to really get it going, and you would lift it up to reveal that there's a small pocket in the stone, almost a little cubby hiding hole that has a few pieces of the stone parted where someone could climb into. And it definitely looks like someone climbed into it as you discover a corpse beneath the carpet.
I'm going to take my daggers and just start. No, I'm taking my fists and I'm just going to start beating the shit out of this thing.
I imagine Cobweb's still facing the door, and he's like, "Oh, what's going on?"
Ghost.
Yeah, you would go ahead and give it the beat down, V, as you go ahead and would punch and repeatedly punch this thing. And what's a bit odd as everyone else is watching as this skeletal, decayed, rotten corpse that has pustules of fungi and moss that have well overtaken it. As certain hits are landed from Vishanti, you would see that little ends on the fingers and the toes would almost twitch in response a little bit as this thing is completely beaten senseless, as the skull would be broken up into multiple pieces and the rib cage is shattered.
Oh, I ain't stopping there. We're going to get some bone meal.
Oh, jeez.
All right, you're just gonna keep punching away at this corpse?
You damn right. If my team won't burn it, I'll punch it. And I'm going to keep punching it.
Well, I can't burn it in, and we're inside a building. That's just going to create more smoke.
Uses.
Oh, Lord.
So,
Dismas, help me.
Give Dagny a hand while the cat is punching bones.
All right. And with Dagny and Dismas's combined efforts, you would get the carpet just about rolled all the way up as this squelching bog water would be fully squeezed out of it. And Cobweb, I presume you're moving out of the way to let them do this?
Sure.
As you would step aside as you are about to get this thing fully up. As there would be very suddenly a large sound of splintering as these doors would very suddenly burst open and would splinter onto the ground as their hinges would be ripped from the wall as they would fall to the ground.
happening?
That can only be good.
And we don't see anything.
There would be no discernible source on what that was.
Alright. I'm not gonna be holed up in here any longer. If they wanna fight, they're gonna fucking get it. Hand me the gender fluid stained carpet. I'm going out there.
He's going on. And he's
As a-
going tanky.
And yeah.
Yeah, as that happened, there'd be a very cold rush of wind that would blow in. It's odd because this is a cold force. When the environment here is very hot and humid, it really kind of leaves a shiver down your back in more ways than one.
It's just
Alas,
no. Finish your sentence.
alas, the doors are unhinged and splintered.
Okay, this door is just blowing past us. It's not trying to push against us.
They were splintered, and now there are multiple pieces right in front of you.
No, not the doors. The wind is the
Oh,
wind.
the wind's
is
just blowing in now. It's like this has become a wind tunnel.
Yeah. Gonna move out.
Oh, bloody.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my arcane rod at the ready, but I'm just gonna start walking. Just keeping being aware of the wind if it changes temperature, if it's changing direction at all.
All right. Everyone would remain hyper vigilant as you would walk outside of the church and would begin surveying the rest of this place. Everyone roll perception.
There we go.
And it's not a 15.
Oh.
All right. Everyone feels a bit uneasy after that strange encounter. But as you would survey the writhing mists around you, there's no discernible signs of any threats.
Keep an eye on
Everything's-
Any spooky shadow men?
There'd be no signs of any movement. And it's curious, you're looking at these windows, and where you saw that shadow go by that window, that would have had to have been someone that would be at least a good 10 to 15 feet in the air to pass by that pane.
I don't really like this, guys.
Do I still feel that cold breeze?
Now that you're out here, not really, no, it's subsided now that you're back out here on the docks.
If there's one thing I hate, it's an enemy you can't punch.
All right. Let's keep it moving.
Yes.
Shouldn't poke around too long out in the open. Let's get to the big building first. See
Yes.
if we can hunker down.
Cobweb, come on.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Just looking.
Wait, which building are we referring to? The one above me or one below me?
This
The
one.
big building is, yeah, this one to your south.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There's this ladder here. Is that the only pathway to it we could see?
This is kind of a steep set of wooden rotten stairs that lead up to it. You can see that the mist leads on over in that path. You imagine that it wraps around. The silhouette through the fog, you can tell there's a large, almost raised island And just by the configuration of the central house, you feel like if you go around, there'd be a main entrance. This seems more like a side entrance, and you could probably leap over the filmed over water and not touch it if you land in this boat.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take a few steps back and do a running jump onto the boat.
All right.
Skaboosh.
As you would land square on, as this wooden, rotten boat would make a few unsavory crack noises under your weight as you impact. But you have a steady landing.
Alright, can I push the boat to where it's kind of more like creating a bridge?
So you could move it here, which would be your best bet. Although with your jump now, it is definitely a bit splintered. So you'll have to be gentle.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
I jump 15 feet and with my climbing speed, cling to the side of the island's cliff hill wall.
Easily done.
Okay.
Do I get the little passage there?
Yep.
Yeah, I suppose I would be on the boat. And I'll wave the two over.
Okay. Best to go one at a time. You did a little damage to it.
Yeah. Shouldn't be too much.
Right.
Come on then.
Are these doors locked up here, B-Man?
Where did you go?
He's right here.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. You'll have to try the handles, but they don't look locked, from what you can tell.
Yeah, I'll open it.
You peek inside and see a well-lived-in space. It looks like whoever was in this space had left their things around haphazardly. You can see that some bags were being prepared by the door to leave, but much of the space has things strewn about as though they were interrupted. Someone left in a hurry.
Possible shinies, but also crazy shadow demons. Must resist.
As he starts walking away.
I'll kind of take Dismas's hand and kind of move myself onto the boat and make my way over to the other side.
Easily done, as you would get across with the assistance of Dismas and would avoid the water.
You go on ahead, big man. I got this.
Alright. I'll go ahead and...
Big question, B-Man.
Yeah.
Is the background music roaring happening in-game?
It is, although it's distant. You can hear the various unsavory noises coming from within the trees that are all manners of distances away. You have been hearing this for a while now, and you've attributed this to whatever wildlife must be native to these regions.
Alright.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Who wants to make a bet?
None.
Oh, come
What
on.
kind of bet?
This one will bet about the scenario we're in. One goal.
Making...
Ignoring that, I'm moving towards the door.
All right. It seems simple enough.
Unlocked? As I...
Unlocked, permitting entry. As you
Alright.
would come across a small crawl space that is overtaken by cobwebs and aged crates and missing floorboards that leads to a series of 3 more doors.
I don't know why, but when you said overtaken by cobwebs, I just imagined
It's a
fucking
goblin party.
a gaggle of fucking cobwebs and just doing it up in here.
Yeah, just quickly opening the doors and peeking in these other rooms.
A living space that would be here, as there is more than like rotten food, and you would look in here to see
Oh.
that there is a storage of barrels that are within this little crawl space here. Vishanti, you would open that door and would promptly enter to see that there is yet more signs of a lived-in space. In the far corner, a upright, heavily deteriorated cloaked figure would stare you down from the far side of the room, motionless.
This one apologizes for interrupting. My bad. You do what you do.
Why did you say that?
I'm fucking leaving. I think we overstayed our welcome.
I think,
So-
I got a good feeling about this place.
Vishanti, where are you going?
Go take a look yourself. But be quick.
Alright.
He goes right back.
I'll go.
It was a cloaked figure.
When he ran off, I'll go check inside.
You would come across an upright, heavily cloaked humanoid shape that has a dark face that is motionlessly staring at you. Any immediate reaction?
Just otherwise, well, that depends. Is it immediately hostile?
It is completely motionless.
But it's alive, in quotation marks.
There's no signs of life. What's your passive?
Let me see. Passive perception, I'm assuming you're asking for, is 13.
13. You would be long pressed to stare at this figure as it has no discernible movement whatsoever, no signs of life. And you would notice that there is some wooden feet at the base of this figure. And upon squinting, it would become obvious to you that this appears to be some sort of mannequin stand, and this heavy draped cloak is washed over it, giving the illusion of a heavily cloaked human.
I'll move over and throw back the hood just to confirm it.
There would be a wooden dowel in place of a head for a cloak to be put on display, so it would seem. It is just a cloak on a stand.
Oh,
It's a mannequin, Shanti.
thank goodness. And here I thought it was something worse. Oof.
Either way, let's keep checking the house.
When you say that this place is lived in, is it at all dilapidated? Or, like, rotting, I should say?
This place is a lot more built than the other hovels. This appears to be one of the only proper houses that were built to last, aside from the chapel. And despite the significant age to this place, it's held up pretty well, aside from the food here, which at one point may have been fish, but most of what's left out here has been overtaken, moth-bitten, decayed. It's just blackened, mushy rot that might have been something a long time ago. It has a faint, foul odor within it.
I'm gonna pick up the cloak, actually.
You would pick up the cloak. It's heavy and groggy, and you can tell that the bottom half has been well soaked with the waters of this place from a time long past.
Cobweb's going to put his hand on the handle. He's going to look over to Dagny.
All right. Well, I'm gonna count to 3. And if there's anything spooky, you blast it, okay?
Yeah, gonna have my arcane rod at the ready.
All right. 1, 2. I forget the last one. Oh,
Open that door, and there's... Oh, I think it's undead. It's not breathing.
oh, fuck!
I lunge at them. No.
Don't do that, I'll deck you, dude.
Multiple tables.
Seems more of an inn than a home.
It's possible from the looks of it.
What a charming
Well,
welcome road they got over here. As I'm gesturing to the fishing bugs fucking thing.
It's kind of like a cozy little cafe. I don't know what kind of cafe only sells fish, though.
It makes
A bad
sense
one,
being
I'd
in the
imagine.
center of town.
Right. You closed the door behind you on the way in?
Yeah, I did.
Right, these are the front doors here. Is there like a lock or like a board kind of thing? Or is it just doors?
They are just doors.
Alright.
Are these stairs right here?
Those are stairs right there.
I'm gonna go ahead and head up the stairs.
You head the stairs, and at the top there would be a single heavyset door.
I'll open it.
You would open the door, and it would appear to be an attic-like crawl space that has an addition of crates and barrels that you had seen on the lower floor. You imagine that this is a place that they would have stored extra food and supplies that would have ultimately been distributed to the rest of town.
Go ahead and close it up. Come back down. Yeah. Got storage in the attic. Looks more like a tavern to me.
I'm gonna lay the cloak on the table to let it, like, the water to seep out, and then I'll just pick up my painting supplies and begin doing some finishing work on the painting of the tomb sarcophagus prison.
All right, you make a painter's tools check.
Gonna... So you set the cloak on this table over here, Vishanti?
The rectangle one, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just use prestidigitation on it, kind of clear up anything that's soiling it or any moisture that's in it.
Now it's really old and moth-bitten, but you managed to get a lot of the soilant off of it. It's very difficult for this particular cloak because the dirt and grime has had a very long time to really bite into the fabric here, but you do your best work. It's somewhat better. And while you're doing this, you would see that on the far side of this table, underneath it, there is a metallic object that would catch your eye. It looks like some sort of metallic frame, as well as a few other metallic glints from within the dark.
These doors, they close inward, right?
They open towards you if you're opening it this way.
Okay. I'll grab a couple of chairs and brace them against the front door.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go ahead and investigate those metallic glints.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab another chair and head back towards the back door and go ahead and do the same.
1 second, man.
Sorry.
Only one person doing it at a time, please.
Okay.
I can't. It's only one voice in me.
Mm-hmm.
Agni. Right. Dagny, you would take a look under the desk, and you would see that there is a pile of what looks to be heavy metallic javelins of some kind that are made of a sturdy material that are in relatively good condition considering how they're stored. And adjacent to them would be this.
Whoa.
The
Dismiss.
poon gun.
Can I lift this thing? Am I strong enough to lift it?
Yep.
You would. Oh, you have 6 strength, and
Yes.
you would buckle to barely lift this thing above the ground. It is definitely a burden for you to even just hold this, as it's almost borderline painful. But this is definitely some sort of very heavy set weapon of some kind.
What's up?
Am I able to just kind of lift it up onto the table?
Barely, but yes, as you would put it solid onto here.
Come look at this.
What is that? Some kind of crossbow?
Yeah, it looks like it shoots these things, and I'll show him the metallic javelin.
I'll go ahead and grab one of the metal javelins. Kind of holding it and giving it a few tosses and testing the weight. How heavy are these things?
They're a lot heavier than your typical javelin. They're made of some sort of heavy, dark steel. Or rather, you go to look at it closer and it's like a well-aged iron. Definitely, weight was the intent behind this design. There's a total of 7 of these.
Well,
Does it seem like it's has any arcane properties?
Roll Arcana?
$16.
All of what you're seeing here appears to be arcanely inert.
Lifting this thing up. Is there a bolt loaded in?
Not currently, but there are 7 that you can load. Are you just trying to get a feel for this thing?
Yeah, I'm checking it out. I'm pretty much thinking this is a weird crossbow, so I'm trying to, going off that knowledge, just figure out what the fuck, how do I work this thing.
Okay, roll investigation.
I will help him with my knowledge of crossbows as well.
I have some knowledge of crossbows as well.
Alright.
All right,
Roll with advantage.
roll the advantage.
Holy
Wow.
This thing is really interesting, but Dismas, you're just not really familiar with this. I mean, it definitely looks like these two objects go together, for sure. But you feel like you may need some more time to discern how this works. You're trying to work the mechanism, but it won't budge. You think there may be a lever somewhere you're not seeing. It's a bit of a mystery.
I ain't
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
this thing's even working. Might be just be rusted. I'm gonna give it I'm gonna bang a piece against the table, see if that fixes it.
Just roll strength. If you roll like stupid high, I'll give this a pass.
Wow.
You rolled above 20, and that was the fucking DC. Jesus. All right. Yeah, there would be something as something would slide forward and unlock. It looks like age has made this thing stubborn, but yeah, you had to stop thinking and start hammering away at it as it would now be unlocked and able to be used as the mechanisms are now a bit more responsive.
There we
As-
go. Just need a bit of percussion maintenance.
As you go ahead and would take a moment to inspect this with the iron javelins and would gain a pretty solid understanding on how this works.
Holy shit.
It's a strength-based weapon.
Oh, mama, that's one heck of a blaster.
So it essentially is a heavy crossbow.
A super heavy crossbow.
Yeah.
But this time, it's not dex, it's strength.
Can I hold it?
Sure. I'll go ahead and just drop it into his waiting arms.
What's your strength, Cobweb? Let's see, 17? Yeah, you're a big, strong goblin who's not afraid of a little bit of heavy metal, as everyone witnessed. Cobweb is able to hold this pretty solidly despite opinions.
Isn't
And-
that thing with small creatures and heavy weapons, though?
There is, but as far as Cobweb being able to hold it goes, he's able to not fall down and have his legs give out is what that was leading towards.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, you get a feel for this, and this is pretty cool.
Oh,
And you would your hand would catch something weird as you look at the bottom, and there's some framings in holes that looks like this may be able to be mounted onto something. You think?
oh, a big blaster.
as he's just petting it.
The two of you seem to be able to wield it well enough. I think you should hold on to it for now, Cobweb.
Can I really? Is it okay?
I mean,
Yeah, go for it.
you are the biggest and baddest of us.
Yeah, that's what's fucking up, dude. Oh man, I can't wait to poon something with this.
Mm-mm. Just let me take one more look at it real quick. And just looking at it again, does it seem like it was made by a tinkerer's hands or by an artificer's hands?
Just by looking at this, there's not a whole lot of artifice that really goes into play here, considering that this is in fact a mundane object.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel like this may have been created by a weaponsmith.
Do I see like any like special symbols of significance on this thing at all?
Nothing that's discerned. In fact, it's a little bit rough in terms of where you'd otherwise expect refinement. You think this may have been someone's prototype.
Whoever it was that made this, it was of a very keen mind.
I would say so, yeah. Yeah, it's like a handheld ballista.
It makes you wonder just what kind of fish were they catching in this motherfucker.
Well, just hearing the sounds out there, I imagine there are bigger and badder things that this wet thing was meant to deal with.
Well,
Uh,
I'll leave the securing of the perimeter to you three.
since we only did an initial sweep, I'm just gonna kind of look through like the actual live-in quarters and see if there's like any like documents or notebooks or anything around.
Right. We making just a pit stop here or staying for the night?
Well,
It would only be about midday at the moment, unless if you're choosing to short rest.
I would say
I mean, you
just a
can
short
go
rest.
to bed, but again, the sun's
Nah.
up. It's high noon.
Yeah, it's pretty much just us and group. What the fuck are we doing?
No, I think it's mainly a short rest for Vishanti to give me as much of a detailed picture of the tomb as possible so I can cast this legend lore spell.
Alright, yeah. I'll speak up. Front and back door secure, so don't gotta worry about that. However, well, I don't imagine whatever's out there really cares about physical obstacles in its way.
Imagine so, but till then it's sort of a survival of the fittest out here.
It is the only rule that truly matters.
Yeah. And I'm gonna look for signs of documentation around here because it's a tavern.
All right, roll investigation as you search the rest of the home.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to re-roll that.
If you find a dead body,
Keep the one, keep the one.
No.
Don't be a bitch. Yeah, damn it, yes.
Well, that's 10, but at least it's not
Nice.
a natural one.
You would find that there are some stuffed away letters that are within the far room area where they encountered the the coat ghost, and it would be mostly to people who imagine it was written to a loved one who was in a different part of the region, and it was mostly involving the moving of supplies, mostly raw metals, and it made mention of several smiths and a couple of mages, mostly talking about creating defense lines of some kind, while seeking out and almost seems like attacking specific groups of people. And they're less keen on attacking people as people, and they are more so referring to them as things. From what you can gather, there seems to be a strong emphasis on people creating machines against. It almost sounds like they're talking about heretics of some kind, as if they're practicing necromancy.
Does it mention the name of the specific groups of people?
With your role, there's nothing too specific, nothing significant. There's some passive names that are mentioned here. You would see that main the main man of this house, that you imagine may have been the person in charge of this small village, his name was Crom. And they were writing to a person named Takari.
Takari. Well, it seems even necromancy's on the right on the note.
Seems you would run into their handiwork. Say, B-Man, that instrument on that chair, what is it?
That would be a lute.
Huh. I'll go ahead and pick it up. What condition is this lute in?
Aged, but usable. It's going to take some cleaning up to get the thick film of dust and grime off of it, but there's no structural damage. With some time and maybe some prestidigitation, it'll be good to go.
I haven't seen one of these in a long while.
I'll use my prestidigitation to kind of clean it up.
You would do so, and it's right as rain. Almost has a bit of a shine to it, even. You would see it has some details along the body that are that of leaflets. It has a bit of a druidic touch to it, almost.
Yeah, I'll take it up and wander over to sit. Because I imagine we're settling down to take a short rest while Shanti works and all that.
You would do so.
Funnily enough, I'm proficient in this instrument.
Hey!
B-Man, I'm curious. Do you have that certain song at the ready from Strahd? You know the
No.
one I'm talking about? Damn. But... Ah, shit. Can we take like an 8-minute break? I gotta go let my dog out.
Alright, I'll just round it up to 10.
Yeah. I was gonna PS. Should take this opportunity and get that song.
Is that roaring getting any louder?
No. It's muffled in here, actually.
What was that?
No, it's not getting any discernibly louder. It's at all manners, different volumes.
Gotcha.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Are we all still here?
I am.
Muda, you with us?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
No,
My
you're
bad.
fine. I think B-Man's the only one that stepped away.
The B stands for bastard.
Hey, Amazon.
Yes.
Take a guess how many hours this axe has so far taken me.
I'm gonna say at least 150, 200.
If it just took me 200 fucking hours, I'm gonna be pissed. But no, you are quite off
Mm,
by a good chunk.
okay. So it's under 100 then.
Under 200.
And about 125 then?
You're getting much closer.
130?
Getting colder.
15 minutes, a paperclip, and a piece of string.
You're goddamn right. He's ready to save the world.
Mm,
125 was much closer
mm.
than 130. Do you give up?
About say 120,
Closer.
115,
Much closer.
110,
Very close.
105.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. It's 104.3 hours of how much. Because I've been clocking my hours. Because part of the project is to how much would you pay? How much would you charge per hour for all this work?
Mm,
First, you got to know how many hours you worked.
right.
And so, let's say I went with a lowball the price. Let's say I went 15 hours. $15 an hour.
Mm,
So 104.3 times 15. That's $1,564.50 I would make from this project alone. But that does not count material costs,
mm.
which was around $700. So that's right now $2,264.50. But I don't feel like 1,500 is enough money for my time with the amount of work I put into this.
Don't
So let's
worry,
say
we're paying you with popularity. We're gonna tell all the people about your services.
Oh, with exposure, I see. Yes.
Yeah.
oh, don't worry. I got my my bowl of exposure with exposure cereal.
Ah, yes, yeah.
There it
Um,
is.
but if it's $20 an hour, I would make $2,086. That's
For
close
fuck's
to-
He wants us to get back into it.
Yes.
That's closer, and I feel like that's like I want to sell this, but plus 700,
Mm,
so that's $2,786.
mm,
What would it take to round it up to 3,000?
Money. Anyways, we're gonna get back going here.
Yes.
All right.
$23 an hour. Not half bad.
All right. Continuing from where we left off. Let me see. We explored the house a little bit. We found ourselves a nice loot. Other miscellaneous loot inside of this place. There is a series of relatively good condition knives. There are 7 in total that are in the kitchen. Some are butcher knives, others are fillet knives, but knives nonetheless that can be used for a variety of purposes. All of the barrels here seem to be a useful, well, once was useful stock of food for this town, most of which appear to be treated fish. It has long since decayed into disgusting rot, and if once or twice opening those crates, it's all the same disgusting whiff that makes you gag upon contact, and you ultimately decide that most of these are the same thing and they're probably not worth it since they all seem to have that faint, horrible odor.
Okay.
But yeah, B-Man, those knives, are they like mechanically just equal to a dagger?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take those. I can use more shit to throw. I'll go ahead and fix them on my belt. And
Yeah.
sit down with the loot and tune it. Is it in tune?
It's very much out of tune because time has not been kind to it, but yeah, you know how to work this thing, and before long, you would have yourself a fully tuned lute ready to be played.
Yeah. I guess I'll go ahead and just start playing a soft little song on it.
All right, you would play a pleasant little tune. Let me see. Do I have anything good for this?
I mean, I can just post what I'm playing in Discord.
Whatever.
Sure.
For the sake of just keeping things moving along, yes, you are playing a pleasant tune, and it is lifting everyone's spirits ever so slightly in a rather
Wow.
dreary place.
I'm also gonna go ahead and
Yep.
use
Everyone
my
would gain the
arcane-
benefits of a short rest, so go ahead and do so.
Also gonna use my arcane recovery. Get back a 3rd level spell slot.
Oh, okay, let's see. Short rest. Roll. Okay, so I expend 4. And then I'm back up to full.
Very nice. And towards the end of your rest, having played a few tunes and scrounged the house for anything of use,
I didn't want to spark up a conversation during our rest.
you certainly can.
As I'm playing that little ditty that suspiciously sounds like Careless Whisper, I'll go ahead. Dismiss will pipe up. Y'all ever stop to think about what this place once was? The people who were once here?
Fishmongers, most like.
I'm melting.
Just think
Of course.
about it. Nowadays, it's empty, food's rotten, ghost town. Just imagine what it was like back in its heyday. After all, this seems like a tavern. People come here to eat, drink, laugh, dance, all them good things.
But there's no impending fear. Almost utopic in a way.
A time when children and parents could not have to worry about do they live tomorrow? Is this the last time they'll see each other?
Cobweb's just polishing his big blasta, but while he is, he sort of mulls over your guys' words.
Well, I mean, at that point, you could say that it was better, but then you sort of got to ask yourself the question: is it better to be blissfully ignorant or miserable but knowledgeable? I guess.
Well,
Ooh,
I
cobweb.
suppose that's what I'm
That's-
getting at. I'd say there's a real big difference between living and just surviving.
Cobweb, this one was not expecting you to be quite the philosopher.
Well, I blacked out there for a second. What'd you say?
Nah, don't worry about it. But for you, Bloody, it's not that I don't want to ponder on the old and the past. I just don't have time to do it. I could be spending those moments planning my next steps of survival.
So, your mind's just 24/7 fixated on having a continued heartbeat and nothing else.
Now, I'm insulted you put words in my mouth. Is that what I said?
Meant no offense, just trying to get a read on you.
Then ask the questions you want to answer to. He's now stopped painting. He's turned around to look you in the face.
Well, I suppose I'm just curious about y'all. On what y'all doing around here. After all, I imagine what you told your boss back at Highshire was the very acceptable answer you could have given him. Just wondering, what's your purpose for being here?
My purpose is to die for a cause worth dying for, I guess you could say. Was that cringy? Should I have probably kept quiet?
No, Cobweb. That's admirable.
Yeah.
I wish my cause was more noble as yours.
Well, don't leave me hanging. Spit it out. Why'd you join?
That's
He-
at me, or
No,
Oh.
at Vishanti.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, Cobweb. Since you were the one that asked the question, I will answer. I'm looking for a specific place. This place was given to me by my mother. A quest. I look for it even to this day, but all I have is follow the moon and the moon will guide you. It's there where the moon and the sea touch. Home is your beacon. And it's engraved on this. He pulls out a compass. This compass. Now, it don't make sense because the compass is obviously wrong. North is over here, but it's pointing a different direction than north. Why the fuck did I get a broken compass?
Do you mind
It's
if I
not
take a look?
busted.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Yes, sir. Don't break it.
Yeah, I will go over and I will take a look at Vishanti's quote unquote broken compass.
Okay.
It's a pretty standard compass. Nothing too special. Well engraved.
So
Yeah,
just
there's-
looking at it, I'll kind of turn towards the direction of which north is and see what it does.
It's pointing. Give me a sec. The two knobs point west and east.
That is odd.
See, it's broken. It's not even pointing in true north.
Do I sense any arcane power in this thing?
Roll Arcana. That's
Did you see it?
fantastic. Oh my god!
Damn it.
Oh my god.
You cannot tell whether there's Arcana or not.
Muda, gain a point of inspiration. Holy shit! I love it.
That's great.
You said there was an engraving on it?
Yes.
I'll take a look at it.
Dagny, you're honing your senses to any sort of arcane presence on the compass. And you would feel one, but it's not coming from the compass. And that's when you hear the sound of a metal object hitting hard wood and would ping across the floor. And you're a bit confused. Everyone would hear it actually as you turn your attention over towards the door, and you would see that one of the hinges just upped itself from the door, and the rest are about coming out as well, as there is this greenish energy that is lifting them all up before one by one the rest would very quickly follow suit, as all the hinges on the door suddenly are lifted up, would fall onto the ground, and the doors would slowly fall forwards.
Shit!
Into the attic. Into the attic. One entrance, one exit.
There's nothing up there. It's nothing but storage.
Yeah, exactly. But it's going to funnel them up the stairs.
Before you have any
We'll all be
chance
cramped.
to further argue with one another, you would hear a voice echo from this figure watching you.
You scurry a long way from home, outside your little haven, treading this earth in the flesh, equal parts bold and stupid.
Please, we only seek to go to the northwest. We're just passing through. We mean no harm, please.
There's these pinprick white eyes that would stare you down, and as the eye contact is made, that cold feeling washes over you all over again, as there's this deathly unnatural presence to his gaze.
Just kind of start backing up. Please, we mean no harm. Just let us leave in peace.
This town belongs to the dead. The beating hearts of the living long stopped here a long time ago. What's your angle?
We only seek salvation for the living.
There's no future for the living. You had your chance. You all squandered it. So I'll extend you one courtesy. Return everything you've been stealing from here for all these years. Or the thousands of dead beneath you are gonna walk this earth once again.
Dealing for thousands of years, what do you mean?
We've only been here for a few days.
2
He's-
days at the most.
And he said things that have been stolen from you for several years, not thousands. There's thousands of dead that he mentioned, which now that would resonate through your head, and you think about all the water you've been surrounded by. There's a crawling that's permeating your skin.
What was stolen?
You would almost feel a bit of a squinting in the gaze, a very, very short temper, as if he's expecting you to know what was taken, and there's a very accusatory posture, and you're really not sure what he's talking about.
If our forebears stole something from you, they did not tell us what it was. I'll stick my head out through the door, outside the door. We will try to rectify the sins of our fathers. But please. I don't know what they committed.
You would feel that gaze intensify as he would speak again.
You should have stayed inside of your artificial bodies. They'll have something to eat this time.
Artificial bodies?
As he raises up a hand that is very much skeletal with shreds of dried, rotting skin, and there is a permeation of a black magic between the fingers that runs through his body, permeates through the planks, and seeps into the water. Roll
Move!
for initiative as the water begins to churn.
God damn it.
Shit!
I was hoping to ask the man when he raised his hand, because I saw him do this before. I was wondering if I could fucking throw a knife through his hand this time.
Oh,
Or it's too late, I don't care. It's fine, I'll roll
he
this.
didn't say anything.
Oh shit, that's
Well, you
funny.
were talking with a voice changer, I didn't want to interrupt.
Alright.
Yeah, more. Oh wait, do I have advantage on these?
Well, that's...
No, I think that's
Danger Sense.
7th level.
I don't know when danger... Well, danger sense is dexterity, but...
I think danger sense just makes it to where you can't be surprised.
And advantage.
Oh,
on
that's
dex
alert.
saves.
Well, alert does it too. It gives you advantage on dexterity saving throws on things that you can see, basically.
Yeah, that's what it does.
Advantage on dexterity saving throws on effects you can see. So,
God damn it, Mr. Bones, you're senile.
Hey, you can't be blinded, deafened, or... Oh, that's so good! I didn't even know that.
Alright. Vishanti, there is churning in the water, and you can hear a cacophony of groaning and gurgling in every perceivable direction around the house. You feel like you're surrounded.
Oh shit! Shit! We ain't running out of this one.
There we are.
I'm going to just take out double my daggers, rush over here, and then bomb rush him 3 slices with a quick attack.
Alright. Roll attack.
Yeah. 1.
wait, oh, why did I move?
A nope. A 2. Does a 13 hit?
A 13 hits.
Okay. And a 3. Awesome. So that's 2d4 for each. 1d4 for each attack that hits. Well, okay.
That's a total of 18.
Okay. 18 total damage.
2, and then
As-
rush backwards.
Your third attack's offhand, right?
Yeah,
So you don't add your mod.
So
right.
So it's just
No,
1
yeah.
damage from the third attack. Plus.
that's right. It did add your.
All right. 18 or no?
9 plus
'Cause do you-
1 is 10. So.
So 12 piercing damage total.
And you would feel, as you're rending into him with your mundane blades, that there is some resistance to the flesh. It's not your typical necrotic flesh from this guy, so it seems. Alright. That brings us to this guy.
Oh Jesus!
How high are these walkways from the soup?
Hold on 1 second.
Jesus Christ!
Cool.
What the fuck?
Ah, I see we have entered the bone zone.
Alright. 5, 10, 15, 20. Did you barricade the back door? I don't think you did.
He did. He did.
You did?
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, it was all of them.
Alright. Both I didn't hear. Fucking Christ. Anyways, you're gonna hear a series of metallic scraping against the back door. Let's see. Alright. Boink as that happens. 5, 10, 15. And it's going to reduce all of its movement to climb up here, and it gets turned there. Nice. This guy. 5, 10, 15, 20. There is more banging as it would intensify from the back of this house. Dagny.
Okay. Like her instinct. Yeah, is to get him off equal footing. So she is mainly going to focus Shatter on this guy.
On this guy. Okay. Go ahead and ping the spell.
I'm going to cast it right here.
He makes a Constitution saving throw, which he would fail as he takes. The
I don't know if
eighth
that spell's going to affect the bridge that he's on.
It does, because it is very weak, sodden wood. As that, it didn't have a lot of hit points to begin with, as those planks would explode in the shattering boom as you just hear as this brimmed figure would be knocked from those broken planks, would sink into the water and would not come back up. You don't know where he went.
Okay, well, she's wanting to create distance between her and the undead, so she's gonna start heading up the stairs, and she'll open the that trap door at the top.
It's not a trap door. It's just a normal door.
Either way, she'll open it.
You would open it and will quickly survey the surroundings. You can see one of the barrels has a banging noise coming from it.
Close it back.
Oh no, one of the skeletons got lost in the sauce.
Indeed. Cobweb, you smell death.
I do smell death. I smell death, rotting wood, and sawdust in the air. As he levels the big blaster, using his bonus action to become large.
Ah! This dude! This dude! Using your big boy thing to forego the disadvantage of being small. I love it.
He
You're the
As
big
you-
boy now.
and as he levels the big blaster,
and the light catches just right, you can see that along the barrel there is a glimmer as the fire rune lights up alongside of it, as well as some fresh engravings that say "a big blast." as he as he aims towards. Let me see if I can't. Okay, so when it says an 80-foot line, does that mean that it hits multiple targets, or is it just one? I'd be fine with just one.
It's
That's
a
the
line.
range.
It's a line. Given that this thing is very heavy bolts, this thing takes serious muscle to pull back, and you know this thing is designed with puncturing in mind. If you step here, you can get a shot on this skeleton who just crested, so he's basically right in front of you, and this far corpse in the water, so you can probably hit both.
Oh, target's within
Yeah,
line. Okay.
He's gonna blast him. All right, let me. I'm proficient with martial weapons, and it's not exotic, right? So it's just a yeah, okay.
All right, as you fire a bolt. So essentially, it's a attack roll for each creature within the line to see if it gets them. So if you release the bolts off of this big shooter, just make 2 attack rolls, one for the skeleton, one for the zombie, as this huge iron javelin is sent careening in their direction.
Gotcha. Fuck. There's a 14
That'll hit.
That's what's
That
up.
hits the skeleton. Yep, roll damage.
Righty.
2d8 plus strength.
That's 2d8 plus 1d6 plus 2d6 fire damage.
Here, I'm going to do you a favor because this weapon is able to be applied to your character sheet. I already did the math and like the formula for you for this. So, weapons, I will apply the iron thrower to your sheets. We will equip it. Check your sheet. You should be able to roll the next attack just by clicking on it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, just roll 2d8 plus whatever your strength modifier is, which is, 2d8 plus 3 for your damage in the skeleton.
Well, because of Giant's Might and the Fire Rune, it's... Yeah, here.
Well, yeah, add that after the fact, of course.
Ooh, damn.
This skeleton was heavily sodden and widely deteriorated. Not only does this javelin go straight through it with no signs of slowing down, but the skeleton straight up explodes.
Nice.
For the second attack.
19.
19 hits.
And that's plus 3d6. Hold on. Yeah.
So that's 18.
There we go. Just make sure that you keep track of your ammunition as you fired one of your 7, as this iron javelin is now launched somewhere within the waters.
Got you.
18 damage, you said?
Yeah, for the second one. Oh, and both of them, or if one of them survives, they have to make a strength save against 13 or be restrained.
Okay, we'll make a strength save for the zombie.
That's actually great for you because it's technically one attack, so you get to add your fire chain thing. Nice.
Yeah.
He crit, so he's passed the strength save.
Yikes.
It's a beefy zombie, but that javelin punched a hole straight through its chest as organs and ribs would burst out the other side and would chum the water. There's basically a thin circle that's left of his frame. He's not held up by very much.
And yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
All right. As there is churning within the water. Here we are. And that brings us to this dude. 5, 10, 15, 20, 5. Banging in the back, Dismas.
Right. Let's see here.
Oh fuck! I should have moved out of the way. My bad.
You can shoot their allies.
You know, it's cool. I'm gonna pull a fucking Leon S. Kennedy move and go ahead and jump on the table and dive through the window. I'm assuming it's close. Breaking through glass.
You are breaking through glass.
Yeah, so I'll break through it, kind of planting my feet. Get right next to this guy. I can't go through the wall, so I have to do it weird like this. And I imagine I've got a bunch of cuts from the glass. And all.
The glass is really old, so it's like it's not much of an issue for you. You're fine.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and patented open up a wound on my arm, summon the blood claw, and go to town on the Zambando right in front of me. Attacking recklessly. Actually,
Okay.
no, it's a zombie. I don't need to do that. Non-recklessly.
Yeah, you hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Oh my god. Alright, roll your damage.
Do all hit?
Yes. It's a zombie, and it's 8 AC. As with those 2 attacks alone, you rend this thing's face off. As there's half a face that is spilling bog water, you rend it again, and you split it in half as the remains would tumble into the chummy water.
Alright.
As that extra slash essentially is just to further turn it to ribbons.
I'll go ahead and move up to slightly higher ground, I think. Right here, and kind of intercept the 2 that are approaching from this side. That is my go.
Alright. As there would be a skeleton who's going to try to climb 5, 10, 15, 20. As you all would hear the shattering of glass as the skeleton would climb in through the window and is seeping this black water onto the floorboards as it has a rusted and decayed short sword in hand. That's the end of its go. That brings us to this zombie. 5, 10, 15, 20. As you hear a shattering of this window, as there's a zombie on the far side who is currently in the process of climbing in. And you can see he's being cut up by the shards as he lazily tries to get through. It's ribbon affecting his chest as there are entrails spilling over the windowsill. It doesn't seem to care. Let's see. What kind of speed do you got? 5, 10, 15, 15, 20. As climbing over him would be another skeleton that makes it inside, and in a similar disgusting fashion is now leaking all over the hardwood. Let's see. 5, 10, 15. Alright. The door in the back is being assailed. How much damage you do there, sport? Not enough to break it down, that's for damn sure. Alright. 5, 10, 15. And is attempting a low swipe at you, Dismas, as it goes for a claw. It kind of loses its footing, so there's a wet slap against your boot as this thing tries to do damage, but it was very ungraceful. It seems as though this is a much lesser form of undead. You're quite disgusted by the pathetic display. You expected better from something from that figure to conjure. The zombie's dead. At the top of the initiative, there would be a churning in the water around this area. Something's making waves, but you can't quite see what it is. Vishanti.
Shit. Well. This one's trying to climb in the window, right?
Yeah, there's 3 that are climbing through windows.
Yeah, 2 skeletons are in. The zombie's about to get in as well.
Yeah, this one. Gotcha.
The skeleton climbed
So-
over the zombie who's being shredded by broken glass right now.
What I'm going to attempt to do is rush over here, grab the chair. So that's why the 4 feet are facing this fucker. and I'm rushing full speed with feline agility, doubling my speed, full force into this dude.
Okay, what are you attacking him with?
The
I guess,
chair.
Okay, this is an improvised.
yeah, improvised
Weapon.
weapon to
All right.
hopefully hit this guy back and hit the other guy back.
Well, you can just
Alright.
you could
Well,
just
this
push
guy
him.
made it through. He's clambered onto the ground right now. He's like in a crouch position. The zombie here is like halfway through the window. But you can try to like give him the old push. So make your improvised weapon attack.
Oh.
Wow.
As you come careening forward, and you kind of do it too soon as the skeleton's a bit wobbly, and one of the legs of the chair would catch one of the planks as you would fall over the chair as it goes clobbering over here, and you are knocked prone. You critically failed.
Well, shit.
That was 25 feet in movement, and now you're prone. That was your action. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I'm just gonna crawl back. Be like, well,
Did you say you were using your feline agility for this?
even without my feline agility, I have enough movement.
Because if you're prone, does that still dissuade opportunity attacks? That's what I want to know here.
Oh no, but they do have a disadvantage.
No?
Well, it would just be a flat roll because
If
you're
you're-
prone.
If you're
Yeah,
prone,
you're prone.
yeah. All right. He does have a sword in hand as he's taking a swipe at you. He rolls a 1 as the skeleton would go to take a step forward, and whatever like off center plank that tripped you would also trip the skeleton as he falls prone too. He rolled a fucking 1. Oh my god. Anything else?
That is all.
All right.
You know, fuck that plank.
Plank's the MVP.
Plank.
The door in the back continues to be beaten down by unseen assailants. All right. We're going to make some rolls for them.
Also, Vishanti, if you had half your movement speed left, you could have just stood up.
It's
You know, I
fine,
could have, but I chose not to.
Whatever. It's the end of your turn. You crawled away, and the skeleton did a dumb. Dagny.
Okay, I'm gonna step down a little bit. Yeah, we are gonna go ahead and cast Scorching Ray at 3rd level.
Oh yeah, we got scissors. I need to put some holes in my belt and also put the weight.
So that'll be 4 rays.
Okay.
One. First one's gonna go to this guy.
Your belt? Yes. You said
Okay, that's a hit. 7 fire
Okay.
damage.
Okay.
Alright.
That's a 10 to hit.
Which one?
The skeleton that I just hit?
Oh, you're hitting him again.
Yes.
That one would impact on the chair, unfortunately, splintering it.
Okay.
It's still up, but it's smoldering.
It's 3rd ray. It's a 15 to hit.
That would hit.
That's
7
7
more fire
fire.
damage would crumple this thing into smoldering entrails, as it is now harmless.
And can I see this one over here?
This is a solid wall, so you'll have to round the corner. But you know they're there because you can hear them. Because Vishanti was doing something, you know.
But yeah, I'll just have that one kind of hit that, like careen that way towards that one.
The last ray goes to Vishanti, who's on the ground.
No, not to Vishanti.
You have to move here to get line of sight.
That's fine.
Back
All
and
right.
forth. Doot, doot.
Now he is prone, so I believe that is what disadvantage.
Yeah.
That's
So
fine.
roll again. Or yeah, you can roll to turn that. You press the minus button, and that attack roll turns into a disadvantage.
Ah, that's a 10.
10. Unfortunately, it would impact the other chair as you break yet another chair.
Yeah. How much movement was that? That was 1, 2, 3. That's 15. I'll use the rest of my movement to head back up.
That was only 3 rays. Oh, wait a minute. 23, 10,
That was
15.
4.
Because I cast it
Oh.
at 3rd level, it was 4 rays.
Yeah, never mind. I miscounted. I knew that, but I was like, oh, what the fuck. Anyways,
But yeah,
dumb brain moment.
I'm gonna
Cobweb.
use the rest of my movement. It would go back there. And that'll be my turn.
Continuing with his crazy power trip, Cobweb is going to he's going to move 5 feet in this direction. Basically, push the big blasta into the skeleton's chest and fire in a straight line. Oh, whoops! Fire in a straight line this way.
Oh.
Or wait, no, he's going to use his bonus action to reload. My bad. I forgot that it had loading.
Yep.
Yeah.
As you put.
Use your bonus action.
It uses your action?
No, reloading is free once per turn.
Is it really? Huh? Oh. Okay. Well,
Loading just
yeah.
means you only get to do it once for anyone who has extra attack.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna fucking blast him for
All
my
right.
second iron stake. Yeah.
As you all but skewer the skeleton on the big blasta and line it up with a shot to hit both the skeleton and the zombie. As the first attack,
Oh
there's
my god.
evidently, ironically, it's skewered on Big Blasta, and the shot actually goes right through its ribs as the skeleton's completely unharmed, although you hoisted him up. But the shot does go to this guy here, so roll your second attack on him.
Are you?
Wow!
That's-
What are the chances of it being 3 fours? What the heck?
fuck, dude? Hey,
That was
guess
3
what?
fours.
Guess what? 10 hits. It's a zombie.
Oh, okay.
All right, sick. So he takes an extra d6 because giants might.
Yep. So 3d, or it's 2d8 plus your strength and a d6. Let me see.
Nice.
So 12
18.
damage.
18.
18. Very nice.
I imagine as the skeleton stands up, he just uses it to mount the big blast and just blows the other guy's head off.
Yeah, the skeleton's very confused now as you kind of have him partially clipped onto the front of the big blasta as it's like flailing its arms because it can't quite get a reach on you because right now it's like it's stuck. You have a pseudo grapple on this thing. And I'm gonna make a strength save for the zombie here because he's partially in a window. Yeah, it would basically cuts him up. He's hanging off the far side of the window now. He doesn't slip down, but he's cut to ribbons and is barely holding on.
Alrighty. And you said that I have this guy in a pseudo grapple, correct? The Skelly boy.
Yeah, he's basically stuck on your big blasta.
Alrighty, sick nasty. I'm going to basically push him 10 feet towards the window and make a shove attack with my extra attack.
All right.
So that's contested athletics, I think.
Yep.
I
Strength.
think he would have a disadvantage since he's restrained, wouldn't he?
Well, if grapple doesn't do anything but reduce your speed to 0, I think.
Yeah. So mechanically, it's just straight
Oh,
contesting rolls.
Lottie. Advantage
Skeletons
because
aren't.
yeah.
Skeletons aren't
'Cause
exactly
big-
known for their strength. Yeah, no, you would manage a shove. Let me see.
Yeah. So I'm trying to push him out the window, basically.
Okay. So you're going to be pushing him over.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have both the zombie, because he's being affected by this, and the skeleton. They're going to make strength saves again. Saving throw. The skeleton goes for a ride. Whee!
So
roll
long,
some
Game Bowser.
And takes 10 bludgeoning damage. Jeez! As there's an unsavory crack as this thing would crumple onto the ground at the bottom of the cliff and would take substantial damage. The zombie passes that save too and appears to be partially stuck on the window now.
Finally,
All right.
a weapon Cobweb loves more than his fists. And, yeah, that's gonna be his turn.
Yeah, that iron projectile went careening out into the mists. Brings us to him.
So I'm at 5, I believe.
There would be a churning, as mentioned previously, that's happening right here, as something stands up out of the water and rolls for initiative.
Oh, Lottie, he coming.
All right. Very nice. That brings us to this guy. All right. How much damage can you do to the door? God damn it! You suck. You hear splintering of wood. It's slowly being beaten down, you think? Dismiss.
Attacks towards the Zane Lambo.
Both hit. Roll damage.
$21.
You would rend this thing as you remove half its face and rend it again as easily enough. It's like a knife through butter. And this thing gets pushed into the water, flayed. And just when you think you're done, you see it slowly get back up as this thing, its spine is visible. It, by all means, it should no longer be moving as it is still up at 1 HP.
Last claw attack, I'm fucking reaching through its guts and grabbing a hold of its spine and Predator tear it out. Or at least try to.
Yep. How do you finish it?
Like I said, it's facing me, yeah?
Yep.
Pretty much just shove my hand through its gut with the blood claw, grab its spine, and you know how the Predator just rips people's spines out? I'm doing that, but going out the front.
You relieve the spine from the rest of the body as this thing is reduced to sodden ribbons. As you have a spine in hand now with half a skull.
Alright. I'll go ahead and let's see. How tall is the building behind me?
I'm gonna say it's about 45 feet.
Alright. I'm gonna click the wall here about 30 feet to get a vantage point on what's going on.
Alright. You are 30 feet up. I'm gonna put an indicator here to signify that you are up there. Okay. There you go.
Yep.
A mass has come out of the water, as there are a lot of bodies that were in there. He did mention thousands of dead. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And this thing is climbing up to the remnants of this dock here. As V, you look towards the outside, and your vision is slowly being blocked by a large pile of bodies. That's its go.
Oh!
Alright, let's check out what this guy can do. Alright. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. As that guy is climbing up as well. There's some nasty things that are coming here. I did not forget that you did have a barricade set up here, so they will have to climb over that. Bring us to this guy. He's kind of he's just gonna make a strength check to see how he can move here. That's good enough. As he would topple onto this silverware and is making a quick jab at Cobweb for an 18.
That'll hit.
As you get rended by this zombie's bony claws for 3 bludgeoning damage.
Oof. I imagine he just sort of scratches Cobweb's chest real lightly, and he just sort of looks down and we're like, "You should have stayed outside."
Yeah, as this thing has just a broken off jaw that's hanging by a few flesh strands, and is just looking at you with these empty, destroyed irises. Skeleton's gonna climb. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And we'll make a quick attack at you, Cobweb. For a 15.
That misses.
It doesn't quite have its footing as it's trying to step over the zombie and would miss. I'm just going to place him here for now. Alright. Please, for the love of God, get this door down. I swear to God, if you roll another one.
I'm just imagining there's zombies back there, like, trying to put their heads together and pick the lock.
That's basically what this is. As everyone would hear the crashing of wood as whatever was trying to break into the back has made their entry. Alright. That zombie is kill. Be Shanti, you're still prone, and there's some big stuff coming up.
Well, shit. Best thing I can do is... We have to get out of here. We can't fight all these things. As I wish my map would zoom out. Zoom! Zoom out already! Oh my god. Fuck this laptop. Oh my god. I'm gonna murder this laptop. He's gonna get up and walk over to the window. Can't fucking tell. Oh. Give me a moment. Technical difficulties.
Oh.
Stop zooming in for the life. I wish there was a zoom out button.
It's the
It's called a
scroll wheel,
scroll
I
wheel.
think.
Well, I don't have a scroll wheel.
Oh, yeah. Because
Not
laptop,
bad,
yeah.
Today, Junior.
How about you can go kiss my ass?
Oh god.
Nah, it's covered in
It looks like the northeast is our best bet. As he will get into the window. He's not outside, but he's in the window.
Okay.
We got to move! Now end my turn.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. You would hear a rattling of bones, Cobweb, as there's a skeleton that has popped up at the doorway behind you.
Yikes.
5, 10, 15. You can only move there. How sad. Dagny! You hear a lot of shambling dead that are starting to occupy this house.
Burn it down.
At this point, she's kind of... Can she see the big things coming in the door right now?
Yup!
Yeah, she's mainly worried about the big stuff, so... She's gonna cast Fireball.
Alright.
We'll do it, like, right. Yeah.
Yeah, show me the indicator here.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it. Yeah, no.
I know. You're on the stairs, so you have something of a height advantage.
Yeah, my main concern is the big thing, so... I'm guessing this is gonna do a lot of damage.
As you well up some potent magic within you and let out the worst recesses of what you can do to rip these things to shreds with your arcana with a mighty... That's season deck saves.
Or bridge.
Well, that bridge
What
was already
bridge?
shattered. The bridge was
Yeah,
already shattered with the shatter I cast earlier, so...
To be
The
fair.
zombie clock crit. Alright, they're taking half. Alright, so
What?
27.
That's 13.
Joke's on you, they're slightly moist from the soup, so they take no fire damage.
Not how that works. Anyways. As you see bits of bodies fling off of the giant amassment of corpses. Meanwhile, the giant-looking ogre zombie has his left arm blown off. And you can see there was a fire started from within his sodden entrails. He is really messed up after that one, as you did a serious number on him.
Okay. And then she is... Ooh, she's gonna go ahead and move over here. And she will say to herself, Zula, please don't let us die here. And that will be her turn.
Cobweb. You got some
Alrighty.
weak-looking zombies right here, and you got a newcomer right there.
Alrighty. Cobweb loads another bolt, but slings the big blaster across his back, now relying on his old faithful thoughts and prayers. He is going to attempt with 2 attacks. He is going to attempt to grapple this one and use them as boxing gloves.
Oh my fucking god! They're both considerably weakened. They have open rib cages. Go ahead and make your your strength things here.
All right, so this one's for the zombie. That's a crit. Holy shit!
Yeah, I'm just gonna say you got him.
Yeah. Alrighty.
And
so
then
with his
hold
improvised boxing gloves, he is going to basically dick it over to the door, and he is going to start giving the ogre the hands. With action surge. So that's two attacks.
Yep. All right. Go ahead and make your fist attacks. We're gonna say that the damage is applied to both the ogre, and I will roll an extra D6 damage to the zombies
And
themselves.
one more.
Let me see here. Yeah, both of those are gonna hit the ogre.
And a D6 for both of those. So
One D6 of damage gets applied to the zombie and the skeleton. So let's see here.
and for a grand total of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
18.
Yeah.
I don't think I was speaking correctly. But 1d6 of damage goes to the zombie. 1d6 of damage goes to the skeleton.
Oh.
Is what I meant. So, well, you can see there's the 2 would go to the skeleton here because you rolled 2d6, you got a 2 and a 5.
Yeah.
So the skeleton, you hear a crack. It's barely still connected to your hand. The 5 damage goes to the zombie. Would make impact on the ogre, and it's not a very good glove because it disintegrates. And then you get 7 and 4, so 11 damage goes towards the ogre zombie. As you give a whap whap, as you beat its already deteriorating chest, as this thing is barely hanging on.
Pablo's just laughing. He's having the time of his life. Anyway, that's my turn.
All right. There would be yet another set of footsteps coming up from the back. Here we are. That's his go. 5. He's gonna hang out here. Dismiss.
Question.
Yeah.
I have an idea. What I want to do is kind of... soup. And kind of... to the wall. Would that be possible?
Okay, so he's a large creature, and the zombie claw is a huge creature. So I'd say you can make an attack towards the ogre zombie. And you can roll to like have him get knocked prone and potentially get knocked into the soup if he rolls really shitty, but you won't be able to affect the clot.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll just move over and a bit down towards the Ogre Zombo's head. And then I'll recklessly start trying to claw his head off.
Alright, make your attack rolls. Roll damage for the 26.
Alright. Well, let's see if it's a crit. No. E.
12.
And you would, in one clean sweep, give a blow to his neck, and you would see that his head rolls off its shoulders and slumps to the ground lifelessly after that first attack.
Alright. Nothing else here, so I'm gonna go ahead and start moving. So I use 5 to get over there. 15. 30 left. Hearing voices over here, I'm gonna get to the window and slide back down to the ground and peek in.
Alright,
And that's
slide
the
him back
turn.
down. Okay. Remove old combatants. That brings us to this guy's turn. Alright, he is going to do this. 30 feet. Oh my god.
The zombies in back are taking so long. What are they doing? Making lunch in the kitchen?
So, Cobweb, you can see that there's a large amassment of bodies writhing around each other, and it's almost like not so much a blob, but more like a worm of corpses that just continually pool from out of the water. It's as if all the bodies are amassing into one large mass. And you would see at its head, so to speak, it begins to ball up and detach as limbs come detached, and a large ball of bodies comes careening at you. Make a strength save.
Rank save, gotcha. Yeah. Let me see here. And this is with advantage, cause big. Thank God.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
All right. Let me see. Large object with 10 AC. Okay. Let me make one thing real quick. As the large glob of bodies would... You would deflect it as it would come spewing onto the floor here. There we are.
Come on.
Yeah, you feel like if that entombed you, you would have had a very bad time.
Yike.
There we go, and that's all it can do, given it tried that.
It had a baby.
This skeleton is currently up on you, and is gonna try to use it. Yeah, it's gonna try to take an attack on you. There we are. 22 will definitely hit you.
For sure.
As your boxing glove fights back and actually scores a decent blow because you duck down, you tuck your undead boxing glove close and forget that it's not dead, and it gets a good stab in your chest for 7 piercing damage. The fucking skeleton's up at 1, and he's already MVP. Alright. 5, 10, 15. As a zombie would come through the door. You have visitors. Vishanti, you're still prone, I think. You didn't say you weren't.
Oh no, I'm not prone. That's just the effect. I don't know how to get rid of it, so it's still there.
Alright. I'm just going to trust you that you said you got up last turn.
Yeah, he did.
Okay,
It just
'cause
takes
you
half
were
your
really,
movement, you know.
yeah, you were really muffled, so I couldn't know what the hell you were saying. There was someone talking in the background and all that.
Yeah, he stood up and moved towards the window.
Well, we are here in one of these, what we call a conundrum. So, I'm going to head out. I can't go through there. Because I
The window's open. Oh, yeah, the wall.
It can't go through the wall.
can't go through the wall.
Immersion's broken.
Fuck off.
All right.
Uh,
Through.
and then I'm going to climb down. So that's gonna be what, 20 feet, 15 feet?
Yeah,
Well, you
I'm
have
gonna
a
say
climbing
that's-
speed, so
Yeah.
Well, I know I have a climbing speed, but I don't know how tall we are up. From
You're
the
about
wall.
20 feet up, so it'll be if you're climbing down, that's 20 feet of movement.
Gotcha. 20. Gotcha. And then I'll rush over to the dock. Free action, put away my dagger, and then action, take out my bow.
I'm gonna stop you as you're going through here. Make a dex save.
Yes, I can.
why did you go through the water, bro?
Because we're surrounded by water, bro.
Yeah, but the undead came from the water, bro.
Well, bro, how are we going to get out without going through the water, bro?
Jump.
That's
Same way you
insane.
came in.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
26.
You feel that there is something that you stepped on that instinctually tries to grab you as undead skeletal hands try to grab your ankle, but you are quicker than that. You manage to get up as you disturbed this zombie who will roll for initiative.
Get out of here, stalker.
All right.
I used a free action, I used a movement action, I used a action. Do I have a... I will use a bonus action to dodge.
Fair enough.
Okay. You take the dodge action.
Yeah, it's end of my turn.
5, 10, 15. More pesky skeletons, Cobweb.
Jawohl.
All right. And a 21 will hit you. Let's see how he does. You take 6 piercing damage from a rusted short sword.
Gotcha.
It's a zombie. Which one is he? Oh, is here. Okay. 5, 10, 15. You can see that there's more lining up at the door as the backdoor squad is catching up finally. Dagny, you would hear that. You would see there's a mound of disgusting necrotic flesh that resembles bodies in the ground, but they're not moving much. They just seem to be decaying on the floor.
Yeah, so she's gonna go ahead and step through the window then. Kind of. Oh, Jesus! This fucking thing. I gotta go around.
Yep.
It's so dumb.
Badass.
Pardon me.
I could have just moved you. I was about to.
Yeah, no, but yeah, I'm gonna crawl through the window. And can't... Wait, actually, I'm gonna go on this side here of Dismas,
Okay.
and how far away am I from it? That's the question. I should know. This one. Okay, yeah, I am within 30 feet of it. But so I don't want to use all my. Fuck it, yeah. We're gonna cast Scorching Ray on the Bumbleclot.
Yeah! Make them attack rolls!
So fire.
Yeah. It's an 11.
That misses sadly.
But I missed, so I fired again.
It's a 24.
That hits as it takes the 9. Make your next bolt.
Oh, come on.
Damn, you just can't catch a break. Fuck. I feel bad for you. As you would get at least one in, as it would drill into this, and you see several melting faces as a result.
And just kind of cling on to Dismas, and that'll end my turn.
Alright, Cobweb. You got a skeleton on your hand, you got a skeleton next to you, and you got the zombie squad rolling in. You're thinking that it may be time to skedaddle before you get surrounded. Gotta keep
fair
them
enough.
one side.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, bonus action to second wind. First and
Okay.
foremost.
I
There we go.
breathed real hard and then
Come on. Hey, that's what we like to see.
Just go. As you flex your muscles and you feel adrenaline surge through them as those wounds are literally flexed shut.
Okay. Damn, that almost put me at full. I kind of want to fight it now. Shit.
Do whatever you want, man.
I still have the cloud. I can stay for another round. I can. Okay. Firstly, I'm going to throw this motherfucker at this motherfucker over here. And
Okay.
yeah.
Make an
Wonderful.
improvised weapon attack. It will affect both of them.
Gotcha.
Because you're already grappling one of them.
Yeah,
15.
That'll hit.
that's what's up.
As
And
the-
that's an extra D6. Hold on.
As this zombie would be flung across the room,
Hey,
would
let's
impact
go.
the zombie. And the skeleton explodes into a cacophony of bones that clatter along the floor as the zombie takes a total of 10 damage.
Alrighty. And then for my last attack action, could I pick up the ogre? The ogre's corpse, rather, and just sort of sweep it into the clot, attempting to knock it back, basically.
Okay, so you're using it as kind of like a brace of sorts,
Yeah.
a disgusting brace. Okay. Yeah, you can pick it up and there's some
'cause I don't want to touch
exposed
it with my hands.
there's some exposed spine that you can use as sort of a handle. Think of like the handle to a tower shield, except it's an ogre's corpse and the handle is its exposed spine.
Exposed spine.
As you pick this thing up, and you're gonna what? Take a shove action?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to knock it prone, not off, just prone.
All right. Sure. Contesting rolls. Aw, come on,
And
baby.
Maybe crit? Oh, no, just two
Oh, double
18s.
18s.
Come on, baby. Let's see it.
Fail.
Ah, you motherfucker. God damn it. I'm surprised this thing can't be knocked prone, as I'll say, like, with the way I described this, you would knock it back as it loses its grip on the shelf here and would descend a good 10 feet lower back down into the water, giving you a clearance.
Alrighty. I could tank the opportunity attack from the skeleton.
He's just a
Um,
skeleton.
Fair enough.
Now keep in mind, like, past here, bridge is closed.
Yeah. Pool's closed. Anyway. I don't think I can fit through the window.
No.
Hmm.
You have an
your
open
size
door
right
right
now.
in front of you.
If you
Yeah.
strong,
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah, but I don't want to jump into the jungle juices though. Is my only
Yeah,
only.
You, with your small stature, you think that'd be a bad idea, given the water is currently producing dead.
Fair.
Come to Pop, I will carry you.
I'm just going to. I'm going to basically try to block the door with Big Ugly.
Okay, you would add Big Ugly to the barricade, because you already have something going here with a bunch of chairs, and you add him to it as you get a effective blockade going. Very well
And
done.
That's gonna be my turn, I think.
All right, and you would see that this thing here, this pile of bodies, basically stops moving entirely. Like it wasn't really alive once it was disconnected from its host, and is just a pile of flesh in the ground that's necrotic and bubbling, and rapidly decaying. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. As you're watching that and hearing that, this door would slam open.
Oh shit!
And he's going to take a step in. As he is calmly walking towards you, zombie,
He wants to
follow the
celebrate
leader.
something.
5, 10, 15.
Oh, you're almost as ugly as your friend out there.
There would be no response from him whatsoever. Dismiss.
Grab Silverhide. Pick
Yeah.
him up.
Yeah.
And get a running start by backing up and up the wall a little bit, and then taking a long jump across this gap to land here.
How many feet can you clear in your jump?
20.
All right. Yeah, you do have a height advantage too, so that does help. So yes, you just managed to stick the landing. This is old rotten wood. Just make a quick acrobatics check. Excuse me.
Okay.
Have to make it since I'm holding on to him.
I'll say no.
Goes right through it.
These planks would snap as Dagny, you would lose your grip, and Dismas, you are knocked prone, and you are just inches away from the water here.
Oof. Still have movement, so I'll get back up.
All right.
And that is my go.
He's still up there.
I'm heading right back. I'm an extra
Alright.
because I'm out.
Let's see what we can roll.
I have a question. Does pretty much taxi and Dagny count as my action?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna say, like, you're both medium creatures, like, that really should have been, like, half movement per se, but, like, I'll say, you're considering your strength, the angle, yeah, you're out of shit you can do.
Gotcha. I'm done.
Alright, what else can he do? How many attacks? Nice. Okay. The zombie cloud will move into position here. And is going to make 2 attacks against the chair and body barricade that has been created here. Alright. Let's just get a damage total. That's 37 damage. And in 2 mighty blows, the chairs have been splintered and this corpse has been rended. You can see that there's still a little bit of the barricade left. About, let me see, 7 hit points exactly. And the parts of the zombie that were hit were grabbed by the many hands and assimilated into the mounds. I feel like this barricade is only good for maybe one more hit from this thing. And it is destroyed enough to where if you wanted to make your escape cobweb, you could, without having much impeded movement here. This zombie is going to go for the closest target. It will go straight. And reaching out of the water, we'll swipe at Dagny. And will not miss. Or will not hit, will miss. Jesus Christ. Roll a 5.
It's hard.
Yeah. That zombie's going to take a little bit of a swish at Cobweb and will miss.
Let's go.
The Shanti.
Alrighty then. I'm going to back up 5 feet and then rush forward. Make a long jump
What's your strength?
here. Right? No, because the end of the hitch is here.
What's your strength?
Well, I mean, Oh, I
I'll
can
tell
jump
you.
15 feet.
His strength is 10.
I also get to add my con,
Oh.
so it's 15.
That'll land you in the suit.
Yeah.
True, but I'm running 10 feet because the edge of the part's right here. Does that count since it's in
This
this
space
square?
is considered water,
Gotcha. Then I'll
and
get to the
this
very
space
edge.
is considered water. So you would land in the shore, but you're still going to be landing in the water.
That's fine.
All right, I'm gonna hold on. Hold on. Oof. Yeah, deck save. I rolled a D2.
If my computer would love to do anything.
22.
You can see there's a skeletal hand that would come up with a swipe out of the shored mud. There's a very well buried body that tried to get a quick one on you, but you were just too fast.
Bonus action dash.
Hey, stop touching the water!
Yeah, you can see this guy is here.
Oh, well, shit. Cobweb! Get over here!
Oh, but I'm having so much fun. They just explode when you hit them.
You're... Get over here! We gotta go! I can carry you! When you're
Carry
not as
me?
big.
Nah, I got a better idea. You go on ahead.
Alright. I'm fine with that. Let's go over here. Yeah, now just chill there with an action 2 dash.
Okay.
When I see Cobweb get out, somehow.
Cobweb's got a short sword coming at him from a skeleton. Will miss. There's a zombie. Zombie's gonna boop, boop, boop. You got a zombie arm coming at you. He's gonna take a swipe at him. He wants some. Oh. And it would pat harmlessly against your back as the zombie is not elegant in his form. Dagny.
Alright, yeah, she's gonna fling a firebolt at the zombie.
Alright.
So,
So is that... Never mind. Range attack at point blank like that, is that Curtis?
disadvantage.
Yeah, so roll disadvantage Dagny for the firebolt. That would
15.
still hit?
18 damage.
18? Holy shit.
Roll
Yeah.
really nice.
Got a 10 and an 8.
Oh, that's right. It goes up to 2d10 at 5th level,
Yep.
doesn't it? Holy shit. Wow! As you would burst right through this thing's skull, doing almost max damage, as you would look up and this thing has half a head remaining and just a small couple of hit points, but it doesn't have any eyes anymore. It's blind.
Fantastic. That's my goal.
Cobweb, you're surrounded by very punchable things, but that's looking less punchable. You kind of get a bad feeling about that one.
He's going to look over at Little Ugly and go, "Yeah, this was fun, but I gotta get going. I think overstayed my welcome and all that. Anyway, thanks for the fun, little man." Okay, B-man, be real with me.
Yeah.
How sturdy is this wall?
I did mention that this house was a lot more well built than everything else. So, you got a window right here, which is a structural weak point, but you cannot fit through it. You could get over this barricade and risk taking a swipe from the clot, which you're feeling pretty good right now. You think you might be fine. Alternatively, if you want to make a Kool-Aid Man exit, you can try to go against the window and break the frame around it, but you're going to have to make a pretty decent strength roll in order to pull it off.
A pretty
So-
decent strength roll is exactly what I was thinking. Alrighty. He's
Of course,
going
you
to
could-
basically...
You could go small and make it a guaranteed exit. So there's a couple different ways you can do this. It's up to you.
Fair. Oh, but...
It'd be pretty cool if you died and like shrink in midair to fly through it.
Oh, fair enough. Yay! Okay, I'm going to, action, disengage.
Yep.
Move over here, bonus action, small.
Okay.
And I'm going to move through the window.
All right.
And I'm
Okay,
going
cool.
to make a running long jump. And basically attempt to clear the gap.
All right. How much feet can you clear as a small dude? You have
What's your strength?
17 strength.
You would end up in the soup.
So yeah, you could make it. You'll be 5 feet.
Unless
Fair enough.
maybe I could use my reaction to kind of catch you as you're jumping. If B-Man would allow that.
Considering you're currently climbing out of a hole, you're a bit occupied.
Okay.
But yeah, you can land it. You'll just have to risk the water.
And
A
by
lot
me,
less risky than where you just were.
and yeah, I'm going to land in the muck and grime.
All right, time to flip a coin. You land and get fully submerged in this disgusting water as it goes over your head. As you quickly clamber to the surface, and you can just manage to grab on some splintered beams to get up.
Yeah.
You wouldn't dare breathe any of this stuff in as you go to get all that off of you. It felt awful being submerged. All right.
He's still running off the adrenaline high though. He's aight.
All right. 5, 10. You would look back at the window you would just come out of to see that you have a grave spectator looking at you from there.
Flipping him the
And-
bird.
As he raises that hand once again, and there is a matter of foul magic that would leak out of it, would crawl through the windowsill and is pooling down the cliff and is greeting the water. You're not really sure what that's all about. But you don't like the looks of that.
Get moving!
Let me see. Zombie Dum Dum, 5, 10, 15. Doesn't know what to do. Dismiss.
Claw.
Everyone's accounted for, and you have a clear exit.
Yeah. Claw downward at that zombie.
Okay.
Recklessly, I'll add.
That hits.
No
It
crits.
has okay. At 4 hit points, as you slash it, it would fall backwards, vivisected.
I want to do something. Can I pretty much... This thing is like paper mache meat. Can I just
Yeah,
rip its
it's-
head off with my claw?
Sure. Uppercut. As your fingers would connect into its jawbone, you'd rip it up.
With the head in my clawed hand, I want to yeet this zombie head at that Grim Reaper motherfucker as hard as I can.
All right, improvised weapon attack.
Alright. I guess I'll...
That's
Just-
flat strength, I think.
Do I add my proficiency to that?
Are you proficient in improvised weaponry?
No, so I guess not. Okay, so I'll roll a d20.
Yeah.
Well, roll
Come
two.
on.
Plus your strength.
Plus your strength.
Yeah.
Uh, 15.
What was that first d20?
4. But it's reckless, and I'm using strength, so...
Oh, so
Fair.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you would yeet this zombie head at the figure through the window as it goes careening, would connect into his shoulder as it would splinter and then ricochet off somewhere into the main area, clambering onto the ground. As you definitely got a solid strike on him. He didn't move or react much, but such as someone like himself.
I like your style, Dizzy.
Go, go!
What's the improvised weapon? D6?
It's 1 plus your strength.
Strength mod, so 6 damage.
I am raging, so 6...
Oh, and the damage bonus. You're right.
8 damage that did.
He doesn't seem to be phased easily by just blunt attacks, but you definitely got a hit nonetheless.
Yeah, All with Snarl, Distance will turn and start moving away. And I'll move to the end of the bridge, wait for people to get ahead of me. And that's my turn.
Okay. As this amassment of the dead would pursue its prey. 5, 10, 15, 20. It's pretty swift for what it is. Oh, Lord, it's coming. Zombie confused. V.
Okay. Oh Lord and Lord and Lord. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna follow. Essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you are following, and you two are effectively at map's edge now.
Yeah. What's it called? Action to dash. When I see these two catch up with me, bonus action dodge.
Sure. Dagny.
Okay, gonna go ahead and start. Since zombie has been taken care of, gonna go ahead and start moving. 15. That's. Oh, I could. Yeah, she's gonna be taking the dash action, so that's 20 there. So she will essentially be. So that's what. Sorry. 10. Sorry.
All right, you're off map is the point here.
Yeah, I'll be about 20 feet off map.
Cobweb.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm straight. I'm gonna use my action to dash this way, basically. So as soon as everyone moves out of the way, he's gonna move the rest of his movement off screen.
All right. As everyone would continue away from this place, making great haste as the churning in the water would continue to try to keep up with you, as everyone would just barely manage to keep ahead of it, as off you would go. And further into the rot waters you would go. And you very much feel the sense of a impending dread over your shoulders, as this threat is a lot more intent on chasing you this time around. As off everyone keeps going. Everyone roll athletics.
Alrighty.
Thank God.
Everyone's doing pretty good, as you manage to get a good leeway, as off you would go, thicker into the fog. Running as fast as your legs can carry you, the little raised platform would eventually end, as back towards hopping from bits of land to land you would go. And Vishanti, you having lead would resume your point on giving a bit of a serpentine zigzag ahead, using your speed to your advantage, and would try to find the best secured path to guide the party out from any water, which, as you get close to any pool, you would see within a few seconds it does begin to show movement, as that thick green film would begin to ripple as there seems to be a constant presence over you, and the dead are relentless.
Okay, we just need to find a shot. I'm getting us out of here now. We can't stay here.
Yeah, I used up all my bag of tricks in that last fight. Oh, but what a fight it was.
Alright. Need to find a safe spot. I just need 1 minute to be able to cast this thing. Or at least, what is it? Because teleportation circle is 1 minute, correct?
Casting time, I think, is... It's either 1 minute or 10 minutes. Let me see. Teleport.
No, 10 minutes. 10 minutes was with Legend Lawyer.
Casting time for teleportation circle is 1 minute.
Yeah.
But doesn't being a scroll make it 10 minutes? I thought that was a thing.
It's a ritual casting.
Oh.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, that's if it's ritual casting.
Yeah, scroll lets you cast a spell as you otherwise would normally as a caster, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you take a moment to slow down, but the water just seems to keep up as you would slow down for a minute and consider an open space in the mud to maybe draw in this circle, thinking that maybe the mud would be suitable as long as nobody steps in it before it's active. But before long, you even start to get a perimeter going within a couple of seconds. There would be things that are climbing out of the murk.
God damn it! Move!
I'm moving tiny legs.
Shit. I went disconnected.
Cyber
He died.
just-
That
Oh,
image
no.
scared Jackal so much he fucking disconnected.
He died. What happened? Fuck.
The spooky
That's
face
fine.
popped up and he said,
Oh, the school's internet died. Oh no.
yikes.
But yeah, it seems like trying to stop to cast this is no longer feasible.
Find a way out.
You wanted to go north, right?
Yeah.
Then we'll move north. And don't stop.
Alright.
As
Okay.
we'll continue our trek. Trying to roughly continue north and keep going.
Well, that's a shame for him. He's gonna miss something good. As everyone would continue running forth, as the water is ever present. What's the marching order after? Actually, you know what? This would ultimately fall onto V, as V needs to make a strength saving throw as something comes shooting out of the water. Strength save.
What the?
Okay. As there would be a large clob of grime, arms, legs, torsos, and distraught faces that he would instinctively duck down as this glob would go shooting over and would slam against a tree. As he's looking around, and the places to go are running pretty slim. The water all around you is churning.
The trees around here, are they fairly sizable or are they like shitty thin twig trees?
They're pretty sizable.
Do the branches roughly interconnect?
Up high in the canopies, they do.
Well, time for that, because this ain't working. I'll go ahead and sling Cobweb over my back, and then pick up Dagny, and start running up a tree and traversing through the branches. And
All right, there, big guy. You have the weight of 2 people on top of you, and you're
I
climbing.
got good. I got good athletics. You don't got to do all that.
well, I cling to the thing, even if I'm like moving at half speed.
That's not an all-encompassing get out of jail free card.
Okay.
You're not like you don't lose touch of gravity here.
Okay.
So, make an athletics check.
You just got that ankle strength, brother.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking quick. 20.
Yeah, you get partially up a tree here. It's a bit difficult to pull this off because the trees are sodden with moss and rot, and it's hard to get a good footing. And your cling, all the stress is on your feet, and you're rapidly trying to reassert you. You have to dig your heels into the bark, which is sodden with every step, so it's very slow. And you can see there are humanoid shapes that are churning within the distance.
Please.
And
Sucks all the hope out of you.
What was that?
Said this place, it just sucks the hope out of you.
Shit. Well, I imagine the zombies can't really reach us from up here. So, yeah, I guess I'll try and move at a secure pace and get on top of the branches and continue onward. Out of reach?
okay, make a strength save. That's not good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what this does. This is at quite a range here. Then you take 12 bludgeoning damage as one of those smaller little globs of zombie flesh would come shooting at you. It hits you across your back. And would
I'd
go
like to, as a reaction, could I use the cloud rune? Is there anything within 30 feet of us that I can target?
You're 20 feet up a tree at the moment, and that would give you like a 10-foot lead. I mean, there are a couple of individual corpses that are shambling their way towards the tree, which are just around the edge of that. Yes, so yes, technically.
Alrighty. So basically, there's a shimmering aura, and the plot basically bounces off and smacks one of them.
Does that? I gotta check that because isn't that like? Don't you have to see? Isn't it like? Hang on a second. I don't know if that's how that works.
Can you ping the thing?
Ping it.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Because if you have someone about to swing a sword at you, the rune would make them like redirect to someone else. I'm not sure if that would apply to a pile of flesh coming out of the fog.
Let me see here. Oh, it's attack rolls, not saving throws. Yeah, sorry. But here it is.
Gotcha.
So I take the 12. Okay.
Yeah. There we go. And with that, you barely manage to cling on to this tree as it would shake a little bit with the sudden weight, as it's looking a little bit dire down there.
Please don't let me die here. Don't let me die here.
You ain't gonna
None of
die.
you get to die before I do.
I guess I'll try and tough on through it.
You would notice that you're in thick fog right now, and it would suddenly get dark up top, as if the shimmering, fading rays of sunlight that are piercing through this fog are suddenly blocked. And it gets very shady.
Is this what's happening?
And
Is-
before you can get any higher, there would be a sudden gust of wind, as though all of the wind and mist is being pushed by a tremendous object, as it would come down, and you would look up and see it forming as the mist is pushed. A enormous root comes crashing from up above and would impact the earth maybe 30 feet away from the base of your tree, as it would shake the ground with an incomprehensible force, sending water flying, bodies in the air, trees uprooted, and all of you guys up into the air as well.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm fucking koala bearing on fucking Dismas.
Everyone make dex saves.
Oh god. Not good for me.
Hey-oh!
Jesus Christ.
Hey, not bad.
Make a dex save for Sir Quits a Lot. There we go.
Well, the internet decided to die. And it said, nope.
As you all manage to stick the landing, as you land on the massive object that just impacted the earth, as all of the surrounding area and pursuing undead were not so lucky, as you find yourselves sitting on top of an enormous root that seems to wind upwards into the sky. You can't see very much because the churned mist is still reeling.
So this root fell from the sky or it burst out of the ground?
Fell from the sky.
Okay, just clarifying. Because root confused me for a minute there.
It blocked out the sun and came crashing down.
Oh shit, that's kind of quirky.
What the?
Shit.
What was that?
Well, whatever it was, it saved our asses.
Yeah, bought us some time. Do you think you can use that scroll now?
I mean, does it look like the water's still churning?
You can hear there's still activity in the distance. It'll eventually close back in, but this route is like an easy pathway that is spiraling upwards and higher up from wherever it came from.
Okay, so
Climb up.
we're still in combat, so
Climb
yeah,
up.
Climb. Yeah. I'll ferry. I'm a taxi. I'll ferry. We'll continue.
All right. And you would continue as you would run up this enormous route that descended from the sky, as you would continue running up post haste. Athletics checks for whoever is on the ground.
Could I use my second use of big mode to give myself advantage?
Sure.
Jawohl. I got one left.
Oh, if you're hopping off to climb yourself, then yeah.
Yeah, it's a crit. Let's go.
I guess I'm still carrying Dagny.
Yeah, cause
Sure.
I have a strength score of 6.
All right. And running up this route you would go. You would see that you are coming out from the blanket of the fog, partway up a giant winding route that leads up into one of the lesser giant masses. It's a winding path that leads straight into one of the cracks.
Move.
Well, looks like we traversed a hell of a lot more ground than I thought.
Either this thing has some form of sentience or someone's here, controlling it.
So it's using these roots like legs? It's been moving around this whole time?
It seems so. There's only one way to find out. If we're on like somewhat stable ground, Dagny's gonna hop off and start moving ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Vishanti is so shocked he has no words. All right.
Checking that impact site where I got hit with that gunk. Is it like burning from my clothes or
No.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
And
I don't know about you guys, but we came this far, and at this point, we're out of immediate danger. I don't have any problem continuing. If you all don't, I suppose.
I want to at least find out who's here, if anything.
Hmm.
Because it obviously leads somewhere.
I have a question. As we're moving up this path, is it moving at all anymore?
no, it seems as though that movement was all it did, and it has come to a stop.
Well, I don't think it was a coincidence. That root slamming down.
No.
Think maybe it was trying to squish us?
No, I don't think so.
Hmm.
If someone is controlling this thing, it has some way of sensing the undead in the area.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
All right. Are you going to continue up the route, or are you going to take a breath? What kind of a course of action are we looking at?
Continuing up.
Yeah, we're all fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
We'll continue.
Huh? All right, continuing onwards. Okay.
Yes.
As you would continue up the route, as it comes closer and closer to meeting this mega structure. And now that you can see this in greater detail, it's very similar in composition to the greater, much larger one off in the distance in terms of the outer shell. It looks like some form of swamp matter that has entombed it, but seems to have been recently disturbed, something to crack it and fracture it. And now that you're up against this, you can see very clearly deep underneath this carapace of natural matter that still seems to be leaking out little bits of swamp goo from snapped roots. There are little bits of metallic structure that seem to be encased within, and they have the telltale signs of heliostone, something very large made of it on the inside.
There's no way. Like, is there an opening ahead on this makeshift staircase?
You would see that this route continues upwards, winds into one of the crack points, and you can see that intermingled with some of the plant matter appears to be some other structure that's a part of the crust. It's not heliostone, but you can see up ahead there's some stonework.
I'm rushing up towards it.
You would rush up. And with everyone following suit, you would see that there is a small outcropping as it appears to be some form of stone hold that seems to be constructed into this swampy crust, as if a hideout of some kind. A dungeon, perhaps? Fortress? Hard to say, but there's a clear way in.
Is the architecture familiar to me at all?
Roll history.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
You would take a look at this stonework. This is nothing amateurish by any stretch. And you can see that the way this is done, there are certain accents on the way this is put together. The stonework and the way that this entrance is constructed. It has a strong arcane feel to it, as if this would be something that someone would create as a place to do some serious magic work without ever wanting or needing to be bothered by anyone else.
Does it at all remind me of the stone structure around Startographer Magnus?
This wouldn't bear any resemblance to that.
Do I get a similar feeling to what I felt at the pillar?
As in a divine presence? Something warm? No.
Strong arcane power here. Someone didn't fuck around making this. Is it already open, or is it the way shut?
The way appears to be open.
Okay. I'm gonna just go at a normal pace and start walking through.
You would enter as there would be this winding stone entranceway that leads further inside. I imagine everyone is following suit?
Yep.
Sure. Enter you would.
Ache.
Oh,
Place.
this is kind of crazy. Some mad bastard made a hole in the sky.
I'm gonna approach this door.
This place bears no resemblance to that animated armor place, does it?
No, this is noticeably different. You can see as you're inside, there are these almost ghoulish looking statues that have this weird, almost otherworldly glow from magic lit candles. The light coming off of this bears a strong resemblance to the lights that had been lit in the hovels that you would experience down below. They're of the same make. There's a lot of spider webs and grime that would suggest this place is very old.
Gonna check this door first. Does it seem locked?
Roll. I'm just gonna say roll investigation.
12.
You would inspect the door and it doesn't appear to be locked, although it's very sturdy, so it easily could be. It seems easy enough.
Dismas, do you mind opening the door? It's a little strong for me.
Alright. Suppose I'll take point while I'm moving around this place. So I'll try the door.
The door would open, and you can see a long, eerily lit corridor up ahead.
Alright. Moving through.
It should be
Whoa.
noted that this place is very chilled. It's a total difference in environment from the world below. And you can't-
Wait. Guys, well, we might want to check for traps. If ever there were traps, I imagine this place would be the spot to put them.
Alright.
No.
We'll move slow and steady. I'll keep an eye out.
All right. Everyone may roll perception as you're moving, and give me a second before you actually move here.
Oh,
Okay.
alright. Eee.
Okay. Dismas, you're taking point, and although you have a limited experience in what constitutes a Hall of the Dead, this is beginning to give you that sort of feeling almost instinctively. The way these candles are glowing, the architecture, the statues, the heavy set doors, and these strange alcoves, they all scream that this is a place for the dead, whether to rest or otherwise. You also can't help but feel like you're being watched. Not just by one pair of eyes, but perhaps many? You would look over your shoulder, and you would see something in the very corner watching you.
concern.
Dismiss?
That thing
What
must
is
have been
it?
right over your head.
Dismiss?
I'm gonna just slowly turn back to face forward and say lowly, "Don't look behind you. Just follow me. No sudden moves."
I just have the arcane rod in one hand, and I put my hand on his shoulder with my other hand.
You would do so, ready for anything. Vishanti's fur is standing on end.
Me to do that.
And continue on our merry way.
All right, show me some movement.
Yeah. I assume Vishanti has good enough sense to close the door behind us.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about that. He's got you covered.
Alright. That thing was kind of like perched on the ceiling in the corner, yeah?
Indeed. Spider-like.
Nobody looks up.
Yeah. I'm definitely keeping an eye out for more of those things. Seems I'm not the only one who can fuck around on the ceiling.
So it would seem. As there are gleaming glances from other things that are nearby as you're moving.
Yeah, I'll just say.
You've very evidently been, you perceive, invited here. Otherwise, this wouldn't have been such a pleasant entrance.
Yeah. Continue on our way. These creatures here, are they like spooky ghost wraiths in black cloaks? Or
They are corporeal, but their bodies are treated in a way where they have an energy writhing underneath their skin, giving them something of an underglow. It seems like they've been treated in some way. Unholy magic for sure.
I assume they're creepily following our movements as we pass by.
You can see that they don't have eyes, but you can feel their gaze.
Yeah.
Pass by that room and see the things, but keep moving.
Uh-huh.
I assume follow the path until we find our host, as it were. So I assume don't follow those stairs. This chamber seems open.
And you would come across, there's a alcove that goes further down. You can see there are compartments for many dead to lay. Many have battle armor, some have these ceremonial wrappings, others have these inscripted runes into their flesh. All manner of different ways to treat bodies. Before you lay a very decadent door, a striking difference from the other one, and this one just has a certain presence to it that commands respect.
Alright. I'll go ahead and try it.
You try the door. It's unlocked. And there would be a very powerful looking corpse, animates, within the center of this chamber, looking at you expectantly, anticipating your arrival down to the seconds. As it looks on at you with this floating, flaming skull, and it would speak.
Humans, I have been expecting you. Welcome to my sanctum. Please, make yourselves at home.
I'll go ahead and stride in. Well, I suppose I ought to thank you for your hospitality. and that save back down there. Care to tell us why you extended this invitation?
We can help each other. We come from different worlds, and mutually beneficial arrangements can be made. As you can imagine, those with beating hearts are quite the rarity these days.
And what is it you're looking after? With us helping you?
Are you familiar with lichdom and the process to become immortal?
Am I familiar with lichdom?
You've heard a thing or two. You may roll history.
Oh my god, that's a 9.
You don't know much about it other than they are... there's a few historical records accounting that they are crazy powerful and generally evil.
Oh, sort of a process towards eternal life, but there's very little within our records. And it's usually not held within a positive light.
Naturally. My relationship with the living is complicated. You've seen the handiwork down in the waters below. An ideology just splits one people into two. There were no winners in the end. Yet I persist. And they do not. Not as I do, in any case.
We read that there were ideologies that caused the people to split. What ideologies exactly?
When the end of the world came knocking, and people began to die in the thousands by the day, we came to understand the fragility of being mortal. Why these beings were attacking us was not as relevant as how we can become something more. And I had every intention to cheat death and become something beyond immortal. As you can see, my work bared fruit.
An entity.
Entity. Such a strange word. What does that mean to you?
Something that is beyond mortality. Something with definitely more powerful that even mortals are capable of, but I suppose willing to... powerful enough to be able to appeal to said entity.
If that is how you define it, then I am very much an entity to you. Humanity is behind me. Death is beneath me. I am forever.
These structures... did you create them?
You refer to the moons. The moons of the root waters.
Yes.
I did not. As much as I'd like to take credit. This place is special. And they are responsible for the unique properties of this land. These waters hold a special place among the wonders of this planet. Those who die in proximity to the stillborn moons do not adhere to death by traditional means. Facility parts the way for the lifeblood to linger beyond death. Untrained, it is little more than the manifestation of bodies walking again without souls. Husks without reason. But with applied knowledge, they can become a force to be reckoned with. And they were. They certainly were. The dead are no longer mortal. The ideal soldiers to combat the things that were slaughtering us. That was my ideology. To take the gift of undeath and use it to give the living a chance. They called me a madman.
What do you call yourself? Do you have a name?
I am seen as Rhea. Immortal. But to them, I was little more than a corpse. Beyond anything else, dredging in the waters. They turned to the arcanely animated. But their research was fundamentally limited given their resources. And this land's such a battery for the undead. This was not the place for mechanisms.
You speak of artificers.
Artificers. Smiths. Those who tend to invent. They all fell under the same umbrella. To create war machines. To smite the undead. It was madness. I created an answer. And they created a problem. I never once turned my work against humanity. Its intention was to save it. They did not understand. Of course.
Just like Forsharan did. Until humanity betrayed them.
Humans are fickle creatures. They naturally fear what they do not understand. A fatal flaw, at least for the peoples of the root waters.
Are you... I shouldn't say you're the only powerful being here. The thing we encountered below, what you did with the stillborn moon, it managed to give us an escape.
That is correct.
That thing, would it chase us to the ends of the earth, or is it limited to the root waters?
The Grave Baron meant well in the end times. He too was like me. He understood the potency of immortality. To escape the target of being human. To live forever and pry at the mysteries of this world unabated by any physical limitations of the flesh. But our work to become what we are now was arduous, and he was not as gifted nor as resourceful as I. He attempted to cross, to transition to something beyond. But he was mistaken. His soul was rended from a body long destroyed from the arcane elements he tried to control. That soul came to me instead and saw it fit as a master, and so it manifested as an instrument to be bent to my will, and it took form. One vaguely human, but with darker intentions.
It sought to destroy humanity.
Destroy, rend, transform. It was a mad dog with a weak leash. Ultimately, I was able to keep him in check. He obeys me, or at least he did, until recent times. There has not been any living flesh within these waters. And here you came.
We were transported here not of our own accord. There was an arcane circle that transported us here from across the region.
And before that, where did you hail from?
The last haven of humanity. We call
Does
it
it-
Highshire.
Highshire. Living in there. Why come out here? I would suspect you two are plagued by the sudden sickness of the planet.
We were merely passing through. Our goal was to head to the northwest where the falling stars were coming from.
And yet, I sense something among you. Worry. You're seeking answers. You're seeking people. No. A person.
She just looks at this entity quizzically. Are you familiar with him?
I can gauge a sense for what you seek. But if you want me to help you, you will need to provide details. Knowledge for knowledge.
Does the word startographer mean anything to you?
Startographer. There were whispers. Do they persist to this day? Did you even know?
I met one.
Have you now? Did they have a name?
You cut out. I'm assuming you said Magnus?
Yes.
Magnus. There was a Magnus. Long ago.
Before
They accomplished fantastic things, maddening things. Things so deep within the roots of this planet that they were not willing to share it with anyone.
he discovered a different type of energy?
They discovered secrets of the stone and form of Helios. A certain understanding unparalleled to anyone else in the world. You seek more of his kind, more of his coalition. Is correct?
Yes?
Good. We can help each other.
You must forgive me if I feel that there's a bit of a quid pro quo with this certain situation.
Naturally. To get where I am now, I needed arcane resources that were requisitioned by some of the most powerful mages, artificers, and innovators, visionaries on the planet. There were names. One's similar to Magnus.
You know the names.
I know of a lead on your journey.
Are they close by?
Did you have an effective means of transportation beyond your two legs?
We did have horses before we were pulled through the arcane well.
It is feasible. Perhaps. It depends on how much Helios has shifted. You seek a startographer. I can give you a lead. One more promising than anything you will find in the rotten world beneath us. But quid pro quo. I require something in exchange.
What would you ask?
Note the energy swirling around me. How minimal my body. How volatile the energy surging through me. Lichdom is complicated. To say my ascension to becoming immortal is complete would be incorrect. The process is still ongoing. The ritual has yet to truly conclude, and as a result, I am anchored here like a tree to the mud. This world, there is so much to be seen, exploited, and gained. And if you are seeking something like a startographer, perhaps a force like myself is something you could use.
And how exactly would you do that?
I require a crucial key to complete this ritual. One to untether me from this circle. I accumulated much with the time I had to make a difference. But humanity is as crafty as they are stupid, and they seized one critical component and is likely keeping it within one of their holds.
What is this key component?
There is a tome imbued with a piece of myself, a unique configuration of arcana specific to my undeath. They robbed it from me, and likely are keeping it in a place tucked away, out where the sun never shines. I need this tome to untether myself from this damned stronghold, useful as it may be. If you can find me this item, I will give you the knowledge you need to proceed forward.
Say that I get this tome for you, and you become untethered. What will you do?
As I please. To see the rest of this place, this world, what it's becoming. I seek to understand the rapid deterioration of the auric energy around here. I've very much lost control of my thralls below. It was not by my doing to give you such a cold welcome. There's something permeating on this planet that is causing a disturbance, a severance in my tether to them. I don't understand it, but it fascinates me.
It might be the cosmic energy from the Starfallen.
Cosmic Starfallen. Now that's fascinating.
We'll reach into the bag of holding and pull out the projection stone, and I will flash an image of each of the Starfallen golems and the Starfallen observer.
Look at that. A body to be driven. Yes. They have plundered much of my realm. Yes.
You've seen them before.
Many years. They have projected themselves into my domain and have plundered it as they seen fit. As if they wish to extract anything of interest.
I'll just kind of look at Cobweb and Vishanti. How long ago was this?
These occurrences have been innumerable over the course of many years.
Well, they seem to have increased. And the auric energy coming off of the singing rings is imbuing the land with hostile creatures that are attacking the safe haven that is Highshire, threatening the last of humanity.
Now that's an interesting prospect. I see. You are of the arcane persuasion, aren't you? Not unlike myself.
I am?
I propose an additional deal if you can provide me a copy of all you have observed. Everything you know about the energies new to this world. I can provide you a sliver of knowledge you otherwise would never be able to grasp. An incantation I invented myself through countless study and trial in this tomb. Information for power.
I can do that.
Good. This is most beneficial for both our sakes and our futures.
He's essentially he wants a copy of your notes on everything you've seen.
Yeah, it might take a minute, but I do have some parchment in my writing kit, so I will take that time to write down the different types of energy that Highshire has basically have observed and identified, as well as the creatures that we have encountered and how we were able to dispatch them, and basically what their effects were and what their weaknesses were.
Okay. You would get a pretty concise rundown of all the relevant information and would place it on the ground just before this barrier. Before you would see a projection of two skeletal flaming hands would take it, would fold it a very particular way as it would be engulfed in this green auric magic and would be suddenly gone as there was a bit of a shiver in the floating skull.
You are meant for great things, Dagny Silverhide. It's in your blood.
So I've been told.
Kneel.
She just kind of glances to everybody before she very tentatively takes a knee.
You would see that skeletal, spectral arcane hand manifest at the edge of this barrier once again, as it would point the index finger forward as it would close the distance and would make contact with your forehead. Make a wisdom saving throw. Psychic damage as you feel something root through your head as if that claw had reached into your skull, and you would almost feel like it's parting pieces of your mind and would plant a little seed among it as you would learn a new spell.
What? The effects of anything. Oh man, okay. Alright, let me fucking how do I do this?
It's already on your character sheet.
Oh, okay.
Second level.
Yeah, got it.
Let this serve as an open door to a greater possibility you never thought would even exist. When one understands Arcana as deeply as myself, anything is possible. The Startographers are an example of this.
Like, she's kind of like cradling her forehead a bit after that psychic damage a bit. And she's like, her breathing is a little shallow for a bit. And she's kind of biting at her nails. If I get this book for you, if we get this book for you, my only request is that you protect Highshire.
To protect humanity. But would they welcome my assistance? I wonder. They failed to do so once. How have they changed?
I'm sure you can sense what Dismas is as I look over to him.
Of course. Quite an interesting interbred specimen. Riding a line, most thin.
With the discovery of his people deep below even the Undercity, they have been able to give assistance to the people of Highshire as their numbers were somewhat dwindling.
But what are they to Highshire? Entities? Or human?
Well,
Or have they scarcely any time to ask such a crucial question, reflecting their perceptions of their little world?
the only thing they seem to have taken issue with is the existence of entities. They automatically place entities within an evil light, but we have shown them that entities are capable of caring for humanity. We worked with one who was not of his own accord. His soul was an entity, but his body was of humanoid shape. They were forced into that condition by humanity. They were tortured to the point where they only had one working limb, but through whatever grace this great planet has given them, they were able to create a new body for themselves through the use of artifice. And they were shown, though they had some hatred of humanity because of this one human that changed its very form, and suppose they did have some hatred still, even when I first met them. I believe they were on their way to seeing humanity as something that is to be valued, to be saved. Two of us were able to show that, myself included. They cared for me. They trusted me with their life story and with making sure that the one person they cared about was taken care of before their untimely death. And she just sort of starts to tear up when she says that.
And how did your people treat this individual?
They were unaware of their condition until they died. I mentioned it to our chosen, and one nearly petitioned to have the body burned, but I pleaded with them to hold onto Ren's body until we could find a way to resurrect them again. And they listened to my plea.
And you're sure, after all of that, that something as powerful and beyond mortality as myself would be welcomed by such a sheltered, fearful people? You should choose your words more carefully.
Sheltered and fearful, yes. But at this point, I'd wager that most people would be willing to trade one demon for another.
There are things out there that I don't know if they wish harm or not. And I will use the projection stone to kind of give that the shape of the angelic being, the many-eyed and big-winged thing that Ubash saw.
And so they're still here.
You know this.
One of the alpha beings during the end times.
Alpha being? What is that?
There was a hierarchy. Your umbrella term entity is grossly inadequate. But to try to use it in a way you may understand, many of them were spearheading the campaign to eradicate humans. Some adopted the vision. Others were indoctrinated.
Indoctrinated.
In the end, regardless of the method, if it wasn't human, it wanted to kill the humans.
But I should clarify. We have a distinction from entity, which is deity.
Deity? Deities. Manifestations of ignorant minds assigning arbitrary meaning to phenomenon they cannot otherwise explain. There is no place in my work for deities.
But you are familiar with them.
As hailing from something that was once human, yes, I understand the appeal. They're analog for otherworldly answers in exchange for loyalty and worship. Equivalent exchange.
In Highshire, we recognize other deities, but there's one prime deity that they worship. They call them Zula.
A reworking of divine perception to fit the reworking of a much smaller world. I can't say I am particularly surprised.
Well, it seems she somewhat appeared sometime after the fall of humanity. She's a symbol of unification in Highshire. But with all my work within the Cartographer Guild, it's my perception of Zula and those who follow her has somewhat changed a bit.
You are in the sanctum of a lich. If you came here seeking divine introspection, you're as far from a suitable place as you can possibly be.
I apologize.
In the end, for your deity, or people, or mission, whatever you may choose to fight for, we cannot move forward with our mutual arrangement until my tome has been brought back here.
Where would this tome be?
In the safeguard of those who created the mechanical war machines. They intercepted my work. They were slow, but unfortunately successful in obtaining this key item. I would look to the safest recesses of where they reside. It is quite possible they were unsuccessful in alleviating it from one of my thralls.
We're not used to dealing with undead, unfortunately. I feel we may be a bit out of our wheel. We had one with us, but he's been lost to us in time and space, it seems.
I offer you no quarter. You will need to use your own devices, and perhaps the gift I have bestowed upon you. As a show of good faith, consider it our first steps in changing our world. Before the cosmic energy severed my ties to the rotting bodies below, I searched high and low to find somewhere like this. You will want to find a hidden place.
A hidden place. A hidden stronghold, you mean?
It would fit the description should you find something of that make.
The mind meshes. We found them in a hidden stronghold. In a cave-like structure.
Mind mesh. A stronghold within these waters?
Not within the rot waters. It was...
Then you will not find my tome there.
So the book is in the rot waters somewhere.
Yes.
Is it in one of the other moons? Is it beyond this moon we reside in? Is it below it?
If I knew, then I would have sought it out. Find where the artificers held themselves, and the tome will show itself.
Where the artificers show themselves. Wait. No, it wouldn't have been where we came in, would it?
With a check.
So... the Graveborn, how do we deter it? Anytime we try and get any rest, it just follows us wherever we go.
The Baron is a relentless hunter. You will need to stay one step ahead of it at all times if you wish to avoid the awakening of the dead beneath the waters.
I mean, I think as long as we stay away from the water, we should be fine, but it seems almost impossible.
It will be a path you must find yourself.
There were these great, almost heliostone-like structures, these pylons that seem to have energy in them. Could they possibly lead us to where these artificers held themselves?
Not likely. They feared the latent energy of the land. It was better suited to raise dead flesh, which they abhorred.
What are the pylons for, then?
As fascinating as they are, I've yet to truly realize their potential, and I never can. Not until I'm untethered. I am not a startographer. I don't have such an answer.
Alright. She'll just kind of look to the others. We'll have to go back down. Are you all prepared for that?
Of course.
Yeah, I'm
And
going to need to catch my breath, probably.
It wouldn't hurt either to give some time to really think about this unique proposition. We should probably head back down to the surface.
I understand not allowing us to rest within your sanctum, but
You would find no rest here. It is not for the living.
we only seek some reprieve from the dead that would hunt us.
The strongholds that you seek would be an excellent cover. They were designed to shield the living from the dead. Anything
No
short of
one
that, the Baron would be soon on your tail.
Is there one close to the stillborn moon here?
Nothing that would keep you within the shell of safety you crave.
Then we're gonna have to keep moving. We're gonna get exhausted. She's saying that to the others.
We'll find a way.
I don't rightly see another way. Yeah. I think we can make a mad dash, but we're gonna have to be quick about it.
These roots will not move without my command. Should you wish to reside atop one, that may be your only solace should you need to take a knee.
I swear we will only be here for the day before we seek out a stronghold. We need rest after fighting against the Baron.
Naturally,
Twice over.
the living do not bear the fortitude of the dead. I've only all but forgotten. I have no further prospects until you complete this task for me. So do act within the agility of your own best interests.
She's kind of looking down at the floor and she's just nodding her head at everything he's saying.
Well, if that's everything, we'll see ourselves out.
I await your success.
Go ahead and move it over to Dagby. Go ahead. Wrapping an arm around her and leading her out of this place.
She had one of her hands is still holding the arcane rod, but the other hand is kind of wrapped around you and is kind of like white knuckling it on your shirt.
Yeah.
And out you would go.
Iggy.
That whole time, just keeping a stone face as best I can during that talk. Let's go.
Yep.
Show me your moves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
I
whoops.
assume me and Dagny are the last out, so closing the door behind us.
Indeed.
Shanti. Like, as soon as that door is closed, she's like... like, she's holding back tears.
At this point, it's like full-on power. Fucking walking. Let's fucking leave. Not
Like
full-
Zoink Scoop. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, it's literally just like a hair under running. Right, the left corner, I believe.
There's, a staircase that is well tucked away that leads out the way you came.
Alright. Let's get the fuck out!
You would hear a light shifting up above you as you can see your spectator is watching you go.
Oh, fuck off.
Out of there, you all would make in extreme haste.
Like, is the sun still out?
It's getting to be early afternoon at this point, but yes, as you all would reemerge out of the route.
Yeah, like, when she's probably like a good, like, 50, 100 feet away from the opening, she will kind of collapse to her knees and is just hyperventilating.
Come on. We ain't staying on this route. We gotta keep moving.
I know this was a very important moment, but I totally blanked out and daydreamed this entire time for the past hours. What happened?
No, you're fine, you're fine.
No, that was
You're not.
me talking.
I assume we're gonna wrap up. You're gonna watch the replay.
Yeah, this is about the end if anyone has any last actions.
Yeah, no, I want to push the group. Like, we're not staying on the route. That's a horrible idea. And continue off and away from this fucking cursed egg chamber place.
Like I think Dagny basically just has no strength. Like, no, psychologically she has no strength. She's losing it.
Yeah.
Like, she is sobbing.
If Cobweb and Shanti aren't opposed, we can leave the giant route entirely.
Yeah, let's make like a tree and fucking leave.
Good. Yeah.
If this one has to, if you can keep up to this one, then yes.
Once we find some place to think over about our little chat in there.
Are you kidding me?
We'll have a talk.
I don't know. An undead creature wreathed in green balefire asked me to do something.
Don't talk while we're here.
Yeah.
Let's Let's get the fuck out of here.
Like, she's holding on to Dismas for dear life.
Yeah. I suppose we could wrap up with getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah, with those final notes and making a strong stride back down along this winding, enormous route, you would move forward towards the mists, back towards the ground, ending the session here.